Chapter 2716 World Passageways. 2716 World Passageways. The three of them quickly arrived beside the Hellbitter Springs. The martial Tao Prime body looked at the spring water that surged slowly in the middle of the pool with a deep gaze. Hell Lord Bitter Springs persuaded, "Master, the power of the Bitter Springs is extraordinary. Not only can it suppress the ghost race, it's also extremely lethal to ordinary living beings. If this was the case for the Hell Bitter Springs, it would be even worse at the legendary Nether River that was the end of the Bitter Spring. But now, if he wanted to return to the medium Kiliakasm, he had no choice but to take the risk. Furthermore, the martial Tao Prime body was rather interested in the Nether River. If he was not wrong, the reason why the living beings of the Hell world were called the Nether race might be related to the Nether River. "Wait for me here. I'll go down and investigate." After saying that, the martial Tao Prime body leaped into the source of the Bitter Springs. His body sank and he vanished. Hee. The Void Yakshaw let out a strange laugh and muttered, "This person actually dared to go down. I'm afraid he won't be able to return after this." Hell Lord Bitter Springs was silent as he stood by the spring and waited quietly. After the martial Tao Prime body entered the source of the Bitter Springs, not only did he have to resist the impact of the spring water, he also had to resist the strange power contained in the Hell Bitter Springs. The martial Tao Prime body channeled his blood chi and the sound of a tsunami rumbled from his body, causing him to sink continuously. The spring water surged upwards and it was equivalent to the martial Tao Prime body going against the currents. As he went deeper, the resistance of the spring water and the surrounding pressure, including the strange power in the 9 springs of hell, intensified. The martial Tao Prime body stabilized his body and the Bitter Springs section of the 9 Springs Hell Sutra flashed through his mind. He had only read that section of the sutra once. However, he had long comprehended the general section of the 9 Springs Hell Sutra. Therefore, there were not many obstacles to comprehending the Bitter Springs section and it could be said that everything was smooth sailing. He was surrounded by the Hell Bitter Springs. When he comprehended the power of the Bitter Springs according to the Bitter Springs section, everything became much easier. Before long, as the martial Tao Prime body comprehended the Bitter Springs section continuously, the obstruction of the Hell Bitter Springs towards him decreased as well. The martial Tao Prime body continued to sink. Even in the depths of the Hell Bitter Springs, his eyes were still burning with 2 purple flames that reflected everything around him to maintain his vision. There was no direction in the Hell Bitter Springs at all. The martial Tao Prime body merely followed the direction of the spring water and moved against the current continuously, sinking and advancing at times. After an unknown period of time, the vision of the martial Tao Prime body suddenly cleared up and he saw an extremely shocking scene. At the end of his vision, 8 different rivers vaguely appeared. Like a galaxy that filled the sky, they crossed the endless void and flowed slowly, emitting a completely different aura. The source of the 8 rivers led to another dark and endless river. Including the Hell Bitter Springs that the martial Tao Prime body was in, there were a total of 9 springs. In other words, the dark and gloomy river ahead was the legendary Nether River. Before he approached the Nether River, the martial Tao Prime body felt a tremendous pressure just by looking at the dark river in the distance. It was as though every single drop of water in the Nether River contained supreme might that could destroy the world and shatter the firmament. The martial Tao Prime body continued to travel against the current. As he approached the Nether River, the pressure ahead increased. Finally, the martial Tao Prime body arrived at the end of the Hell Bitter Springs and stopped. As long as he took another half step forward, he would be able to enter the Nether River. The martial Tao Prime body stood in front of the Nether River and felt extremely tiny. His strength seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow from the Nether River. Even when he faced the Builder Tree back then, he had never felt such a feeling. The martial Tao Prime body hesitated for a moment before charging into the Nether River. The Nether River was bone-chilling. Compared to it, the power of the 9 Springs of Hell was like mud. The martial Tao Prime body forcefully channeled the martial Tao Purgatory to defend against the power of the Nether River. However, the water of the Nether River surged continuously and the martial Tao Purgatory swayed. He wanted to swim upwards and break through the surface of the Nether River to arrive above it. However, It was as though countless gigantic hands were pulling his body from within the nether river, causing him to sink continuously. It was already extremely fortunate that he could maintain his figure in the nether river and not sink to the bottom, let alone break through the water. Most importantly, the water of the nether river was forceful and pushed him downstream. According to the Void Yaksha, he followed the flow of the nether river's current and arrived at the 9 springs of hell. If he wanted to head to the ghost world, he had to go against the flow of the nether river. Given his current strength, he could not do it at all. The martial Tao prime body did not stay in the nether river for long before retreating hurriedly and returning to the 9 springs of hell. No. If the martial Tao prime body allowed the nether river to control the direction, he would not know where he would end up going. Furthermore, given his current physique, bloodline and cultivation realm, he could not last long in the nether river. After pondering for a moment, the martial Tao prime body could only return the way he came. This time round, he flowed down the hell-bitter springs at a much faster speed. Before long, he arrived at the source of the bitter springs. The martial Tao prime body broke out of the water and returned to the bitter springs palace, panting slightly. Oh! A look of surprise flashed through the Void Yaksha's eyes when he saw that the martial Tao prime body had returned alive. He could smell the unique aura of the nether river from the martial Tao prime body. In other words, this person had really entered the nether river before. This method won't work. The martial Tao prime body stared at the Void Yaksha and said slowly. The Void Yaksha grinned and shrugged. Pausing for a moment, the Void Yaksha's bulging eyes darted around. Suddenly, he said, there's another way to head to the ghost world through the netherworld. Enter the 6 paths of reincarnation through the netherworld. The martial Tao prime body's heart skipped a beat as he asked. The Void Yaksha nodded. Back then, Consort Yu had mentioned something about the netherworld to him. According to Consort Yu, the netherworld was independent of the 6 paths but connected to them. After all living beings died, their souls would enter the netherworld and enter the 6 paths to reincarnate. The martial Tao prime body asked again, how do I head to the netherworld? The souls in the netherworld could enter the hell world, one of the 6 paths. However, the living beings of the hell world could not enter the netherworld in reverse. Unless one possessed the power of a great emperor like the Lord of Hell and could disregard the laws to break through the barrier between 2 worlds at will. The Void Yaksha said, from what I know, there are some connections and passageways between the hell world and the netherworld. The gaze of the martial Tao prime body shifted to Hell Lord Bitter Springs at the side. Hell Lord Bitter Springs had not mentioned this to him. Hell Lord Bitter Springs explained hurriedly, Master, there are indeed 2 passageways connecting the netherworld and the hell world. However, there are still law barriers at the connection points. Even I can't break them. Chapter 2717, 2717 Suppression. 2717 Suppression. Hell Lord Bitter Springs continued, Master, you should have heard that there's a yellow springs in the netherworld. The yellow springs water inside can wash away the memories of the souls of living beings in their previous lives. Actually, the yellow springs of the netherworld flowed over from our hell yellow springs. The martial Tao prime body nodded to himself. Back then, when he saw the records of the hell yellow springs, he thought of some legends about the soup of oblivion and the yellow springs road in the netherworld. Now, it was proven. The source of the yellow springs in the netherworld was the water of the yellow springs of the hell world. There's another passageway? The martial Tao prime body asked. Hell Lord Bitter Springs said, the other is the number 1 hell, Torment Springs Hell. The water in the hell Torment Springs flows down and leads to the core of the netherworld, Mount Fengju. The martial Tao prime body said, in other words, theoretically speaking, one can reach the netherworld by following the Hell Yellow Springs or the Hell Torment Springs. It's true. Hell Lord Bitter Springs smiled bitterly. However, there are still barriers at the intersection points of the 2 passageways that are difficult to break. The martial Tao prime body pondered in silence. Since the netherworld and hell world were connected by the Yellow Springs and Torment Springs, even though there were barriers at the intersection points, they would definitely be relatively weaker. Perhaps he could give it a shot. Let's try these 2 passageways. The martial Tao prime body was worried about the Green Lotus true body and was prepared to move immediately without hesitation. At the side, the void yaksha suddenly said, "I advise you not to try the passageway at the Hell Torment Springs. The other end of the Hell Torment Springs leads to Mount Fengdu. The Lord of the Netherworld, Great Emperor Fengdu, presides over it. Even if you can rush over, it'll be equivalent to committing suicide." He's right. Hell Lord Bitter Springs nodded as well. This method violates the rules and laws between the two major worlds after all. Once we're discovered, we might indeed attract a fatal disaster. If the passageway of the Hell Torment Springs could not work, the only passageway left was the Hell Yellow Springs. The martial Tao prime body brought the void yaksha with him and bade farewell to Consort Yu before heading to Yellow Springs Hell, prepared to follow the flow of the Hell Yellow Springs. The martial Tao prime body knew very little about the Netherworld and the Ghost World. Even if he could leave the Hell World, that was only the first step. If he wanted to return to the medium Kiliakasm successfully, he had to bring this void yaksha with him. The bloodline of this void yaksha was indeed extraordinary. In less than 2 hours, the injuries on the void yaksha's wrist and ankle had mostly healed and a large amount of flesh grew. The void yaksha's complexion and mental state were clearly much better. After the martial Tao prime body left, he did not have Hell Lord Bitter Springs follow him. Instead, he instructed the latter to stay by the side of Consort Yu. He did not know when he would return after leaving this time round. Without a master, it was difficult for Consort Yu to rule over the masses convincingly. The only way to stabilize the situation was to give her the assistance of Hell Lord Bitter Springs, a quasi-emperor. The two of them descended in the Yellow Springs Palace and sped in the direction of the Hell Yellow Springs. The void yaksha followed behind the martial Tao prime body. His eyes darted around and a ferocious expression appeared on his face with a sinister gaze. Hell Lord Bitter Springs was no longer here and this was his best chance to escape. Although he had yet to recover to his peak state, it was enough to deal with a human. Even if he was no match for this human, he should be able to escape with his capabilities. From then on, no one in the world could trap him. Although he could not return to the Ghost World, it was not bad for him to roam freely in the Hell World. The martial Tao prime body did not turn back. His back was facing the void yaksha the entire time, as though he was unprepared. However, in reality, his spirit perception had already reacted the moment the void yaksha felt hostility towards him. However, the martial Tao prime body was calm and did not care. The void yaksha had been imprisoned by Hell Lord Bitter Springs for so many years and suffered all sorts of torture. There was a lot of frustration in his heart, so how could he be willing to be controlled by others? One after another, the two of them were about to step into the Yellow Springs Palace when the void yaksha attacked. The moment the void yaksha attacked, he did not hold back and released a powerful blood chi. The long hair on his head burned and his muscles were knotted, turning greenish-black with a terrifying and violent aura. The void yaksha reached out and grabbed the neck of the martial Tao prime body. The nails of his palms extended slowly and were incomparably sharp. They shone with a cold glint and could even penetrate most divine weapons. The martial Tao prime body did not turn back and merely waved his robe behind him. A mist spread out from his sleeve and enveloped the void yaksha. Ah! The moment the mist scattered down, the void yaksha let out a tragic cry. Green smoke billowed from his body and his flesh rotted with a sizzling sound. Why, you actually hid water of the bitter springs with you? The void yaksha was shocked and furious. Previously, the martial Tao prime body followed the Hell Bitter Springs and sank continuously. When he arrived in front of the Nether River, he collected some water from the bitter springs on the way back. He had expected the void yaksha to do this. The water of the bitter springs was meant to make the void yaksha suffer. When the void yaksha saw that the martial Tao prime body had the water of the bitter springs, he changed his mind hurriedly and shouted, "Unfathomable." He did not dare to stay any longer and soared into the air. In a flash, he left behind a ghostly shadow and his true body vanished, wanting to escape. The spirit consciousness of the martial Tao prime body moved and he conjured hand seals. A scarlet flame burst forth from his body and spread continuously, forming a domain that enveloped the void yaksha. Phew! In this domain, Flames surged into the skies and burned. In the blink of an eye, the Void Yaksha fell into a sea of flames. You want to burn me? When the Void Yaksha saw the martial Tao Prime body release a flame-type divine power, he was not shocked. Instead, he was delighted and summoned his perfected grotto heaven. Ghost chi surged from it as he laughed loudly. The ghost race is the least afraid. Before the Void Yaksha could finish, he stopped. The Void Yaksha's eyes widened with a bewildered expression. What flame is this? Even the perfected grotto heaven he had just released could not withstand the flames. In just a few breaths, cracks appeared on his perfected grotto heaven and it could collapse at any moment. It was only at that moment that the Void Yaksha realized that he had encountered a tough opponent. How is that possible? What technique is this? The Void Yaksha's mind was in chaos. Without any time to think, he turned to escape. However, the martial Tao purgatory had a border barrier that was condensed from runes of countless martial Tao techniques. It was not something that the Void Yaksha could escape from just because he wanted to. Boom! The Void Yaksha collided against the border of the martial Tao purgatory with a loud bang and his skin was charred black. He fell to the ground and returned to the purgatory. I told you not to let me see you behave as such again. Right then, the voice of the martial Tao Prime body sounded slowly in the raging flames. The Void Yaksha turned around and saw a figure. Chapter 2718, 2718 Stunned. 2718 Stunned. Raw. The Void Yaksha had a violent expression. Even though he was injured by the water of the bitter springs and martial Tao purgatory, he still glared fiercely at the martial Tao Prime body and let out a roar. If you want me to submit, don't use that water of the bitter springs. The Void Yaksha ground his teeth and cackled. If you have the guts, remove this flame barrier and fight me openly. The martial Tao Prime body did not stop in his tracks. With a thought, the martial Tao purgatory dissipated instantly. This time round, the Void Yaksha was stunned. He merely said that casually because he had no way out. To think that this human would really remove the surrounding flames. Given his innate divine power, as long as he wanted to escape, this human would definitely not be able to catch him. However, the fact that this person was so cocky made him embarrassed to just turn and escape. He was a king expert of the Yaksha race, a Void Yaksha. If a Void Yaksha like him turned around and fled in the face of a human, it would be a huge humiliation that he could not afford. Foolish human, I'll let you see the difference between you humans and our Yaksha race today. The Void Yaksha rubbed his palms together and grinned sinisterly. You'll pay the heaviest price for your stupidity. In the opinion of the Void Yaksha, the reason why the martial Tao Prime body was so arrogant was clearly because he fell for his provocation. His perfected grotto heaven had already shattered and this person had given up on using the flame barrier. It was equivalent to giving up his strongest move. Without the support of a grotto heaven, everything depended on one's physique, bloodline, divine powers, and secret skills. He had the upper hand in every aspect. 100 Ghosts Night Parade. The Void Yaksha conjured a strange dharmic art with both hands and his figure swayed as he hollered. As his figure swayed, more than 100 ghostly shadows appeared from his body and charged towards the martial Tao Prime body. The ghosts were identical to the Void Yaksha and were filled with ghostly auras. Their faces were ugly and it was difficult to tell them apart. The martial Tao Prime body's expression was unchanged and his eyes burned with 2 purple flames. Under the illumination of the flames, the 100-odd ghostly shadows turned transparent and indistinct. Only one phantom remained in its corporeal form under the illumination of the purple flames in his eyes. That was the true body of the Void Yaksha. The 2 balls of flames in the eyes of the martial Tao Prime body were extraordinary and could smelt all divine powers and disintegrate secret skills and sutras in a short period of time. Back in Divine Firmament Palace, the Green Lotus true body relied on the purple flames of the martial Tao Prime body to resolve the 8th round of the Ling Long Zugzwang. The Void Yaksha's secret skill, 100 Ghosts Night Parade, was indeed powerful. Combined with the best illusion and clone technique, it could deceive and confuse everyone in the world. However, under the purple flames of the martial Tao Prime body, his true form was revealed instantly. The 100 ghosts split into different directions and attacked the martial Tao prime body. Waves of sinister wind assaulted his face and penetrated everywhere, wanting to seep into the body of the martial Tao prime body. I see. The martial Tao prime body nodded to himself. The 100 Ghosts Night Parade was not only a combination of illusion and clone techniques, nor was it merely to hide the tracks of his true body. The ghost phantoms contained a large amount of cold ghost chi as well. If cultivators ignored the ghost phantoms and allowed them to descend and ghost chi to enter their bodies, their bloodlines would be invaded and their combat strength would be greatly reduced. Those with weak bloodlines might even be severely injured and lose their combat strength. However, this was the martial Tao prime body that the Void Yaksha was dealing with. The bloodline of the martial Tao prime body merely circulated slightly and scorching blood chi surged out through the pores on his body, burning the ghost phantoms into ashes. You've got some capabilities. The Void Yaksha burst into laughter. His true body had already closed in and his bulging eyes were bloodshot. His figure swayed once more and he hollered, twin ghosts door slapping. As the Void Yaksha swayed, two tall and burly figures reached out with ghostly hands filled with sharp claws and grabbed towards Suzimo. This time round, it was neither an illusion nor a phantom. This was a true clone. The two Void Yakshas appeared at the same time and released incomparably powerful auras. Their strength was terrifying and they displayed the offensive power of two ghosts. Be it 100 Ghosts Night Parade or Twin Ghosts Door Slapping, they were all killing moves of the Void Yaksha race. Not many living beings of the same cultivation realm could defend against those two killing moves head-on. Among the 10,000 races, even powerful races like the God race and the Dragon race had to avoid the two killing moves of the Void Yaksha. However, the martial Tao prime body was different. He did not dodge or even use any divine powers or secret skills. Without any warning, when the two ghosts arrived and were inches away, he raised his hand and punched twice. The Void Yaksha's expression changed in shock. In his eyes, this was merely a dead person. However, after the martial Tao prime body attacked, there was only a searing gigantic fist left in the Void Yaksha's vision, as though it could shatter everything in the whirl. There was no life, power, divine power, or physique or bloodline that could defend against such power. An incomparably tragic power surged over and the Void Yaksha felt suffocated. He had never seen such power among living beings of the same cultivation realm. Even for God race and Dragon race beings with powerful physiques and bloodlines, they would definitely not be able to release such power. The Void Yaksha hurriedly stacked his hands, wanting to block the fist of the martial Tao prime body. Bang! Bang! There were two muffled sounds. The Void Yaksha charged over extremely quickly but retreated even faster. The clone he had just condensed was shattered by a single punch from the martial Tao prime body and his true body was sent flying as well, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a huge pit. The martial Tao prime body descended from the skies in a flash. In the huge pit, the Void Yaksha endured the intense pain in his arms with a furious gaze. However, he did not submit and released his bloodline phenomenon, wanting to get up and fight again. His bloodline phenomenon was a tall phantom. However, the moment the phantom rose, it was suppressed by a searing red furnace that descended from the skies and spewed raging flames. In a few breaths, he was burned to ashes. The figure of the martial Tao prime body reappeared and descended into the pit, stepping on the chest of the Void Yaksha. A tremendous force stepped on the Void Yaksha. The Void Yaksha could not turn around at all and could only struggle continuously. He bared his teeth and roared at the martial Tao prime body. The martial Tao prime body was expressionless and his gaze was cold. He raised his fist and smashed it against the sharp fangs of the Void Yaksha. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the Void Yaksha's fangs were shattered by a single punch from the martial Tao prime body. That punch not only stunned the Void Yaksha, but it also made him behave. Instantly, he stopped roaring and panted heavily, his gaze turning fearful. The Void Yaksha finally realized how terrifying the human before him was. If that punch was not aimed at his teeth but his head would be shattered. Chapter 2719, 2719 Leaving Hell. 2719 Leaving Hell. The martial Tao prime body raised his hand once more and his fist hovered above the head of the Void Yaksha, prepared to continue smashing down. Stop weeting me. The void yaksha waved his hand hurriedly and said in a muffled voice, I admit we feet. The martial Tao prime body frowned slightly and did not understand much. However, when he saw that the void yaksha seemed to have given in, he stopped and said coldly, speak properly. The void yaksha felt a little aggrieved and spat out a mouthful of broken teeth. He pointed at his mouth that was filled with broken teeth and explained, it's my halt. I luther. The martial Tao prime body thought about it carefully before understanding. The void yaksha's teeth were shattered by him, and that was why his words were unclear. The martial Tao prime body stood up and raised his leg. The void yaksha crawled up hurriedly and stood at the side obediently, looking at the martial Tao prime body with fear. The martial Tao prime body glared at the void yaksha in silence. The void yaksha was indeed very powerful. He could actually defend against 70% of the power of his punch earlier on, and his palms and arms were not broken. Such a physique and bloodline was top-notch even among the 10,000 races. Coupled with that secret skill, unfathomable, he was not inferior to paragons and monster incarnates of the dragon race and god race. The martial Tao prime body had the intention of subduing the void yaksha. However, the void yaksha had a bad temper and an unreasonable personality. It was clear that the latter would not submit easily. Even if he was forced to submit now, as long as the martial Tao prime body left, the void yaksha would still escape. The martial Tao prime body put away that thought for the time being. Right now, the most important thing for him was to return to the medium Kiliakasm and save the Green Lotus true body. The martial Tao prime body said, as long as you can bring me out of the hell world and back to the medium Kiliakasm, I'll give you freedom. You can leave as you please. I won't force you. When he heard that, a look of joy flashed through the void yaksha's eyes. He straightened his body and patted his chest as well, shouting, Don't worry, since I've Luther, I'll heap to my Pumif and bring you out of here. With that said, the void yaksha led the way in the direction of the Hell Yellow Springs. The martial Tao prime body followed behind. Before long, the two of them arrived at the source of the Hell Yellow Springs. The void yaksha did not hesitate and leaped into the Hell Yellow Springs. In the 9 springs of hell, only water from the bitter springs could cause significant damage to him. Although the power of the other springs were strong as well, they were within his tolerance. The martial Tao prime body swept his gaze across the Yellow Springs section on the stone tablet beside him before leaping into the Hell Yellow Springs and following behind the void yaksha. This time round, the two of them traveled down the river at a much faster speed. After an unknown period of time, the void yaksha's figure gradually slowed down. A barrier formed by countless light spots appeared, like a wall erected in front of him. Under normal circumstances, the barrier formed by the interwoven laws of the world could not be seen with the naked eye. However, because the Hell Yellow Springs surged endlessly to the other side of the barrier, the laws barrier could be seen. The two of them were in the Hell Yellow Springs. The void yaksha sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness, with the Hell Yellow Springs flowing here, the laws between the two worlds should be weakest here. The martial Tao prime body nodded slightly and took a step forward. 2 balls of flames burned in his eyes and his blood chi surged. A gigantic furnace that surged with flames vaguely appeared around his body. In the blink of an eye, the martial Tao prime body channeled his blood chi to its limit. Boom! The martial Tao prime body took a step forward and punched fiercely at the intersection of the Hell Yellow Springs and the laws barrier. The laws barrier ahead swayed slightly and shone with endless brilliance, devouring the power of the martial Tao prime body's punch completely. The void yaksha was secretly speechless when he saw that. It was only then that he realized that the human had not used his full strength against him earlier on. The punch the person just released could actually shake the laws barrier ahead. That power was already infinitely close to the Emperor realm. The martial Tao prime body recovered slightly and advanced once more. His domain appeared faintly, and together with his bloodline phenomenon, he lifted the hell suppression tripod and smashed it down against the laws barrier ahead without holding back. Bang! The strike of the martial Tao prime body seemed to have reached the limits of the laws barrier. An even more blinding light spread out from it to neutralize and devour the power released by the strike. Under the gaze of the void yaksha, the law's barrier clearly caved in. Pest! The void yakshaw gasped and swallowed a lot of water from the hell yellow springs. That attack earlier on almost pierced through the law's barrier. It's not enough. The martial Tao prime body shook his head gently and shifted his gaze to the void yakshaw at the side. The void yakshaw was extremely smart as well and instantly understood the intentions of the martial Tao prime body. He took a few steps forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with the martial Tao prime body. The two of them attacked at the same time and attacked the law's barrier once more. With a flash of light, their powers were resolved by the laws of the world once more like rocks sinking into the sea. The martial Tao prime body vaguely realized that unless there was sufficient strength above a certain level, no matter how many people there were, the law's barrier could not be shaken. If he could not even take this passageway of the hell yellow springs, there was probably no way he would be able to leave the hell world, not to mention returning to the medium Kiliakasm eventually. The void yakshaw shrugged and spread out his gigantic hand, expressing his helplessness. The martial Tao prime body's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly took out the netherworld treasure mirror from the essence martial grotto heaven. Hey! The void yakshaw was interested when he saw the dark ancient mirror. Instinctively, he extended his fingertip, wanting to touch it. Suddenly, a strange bloodlight appeared on the mirror. The void yakshaw's expression changed starkly, as though he recognized the origin of the netherworld treasure mirror. His body trembled and he retracted his palm hurriedly. The way he looked at the martial Tao prime body became even more wary. He finally realized why this human could become the lord of hell that was revered by the 9 hells. The netherworld treasure mirror had once devoured a large amount of essence blood. After killing Hell Lord Torment Springs, the bloodlight on the mirror clearly dimmed significantly. However, the martial Tao prime body sensed that he should be able to activate it once more. The martial Tao prime body turned the netherworld treasure mirror and channeled his spirit consciousness. A blood glow gradually appeared on the dark mirror and became more and more obvious, like a blood-colored pupil. The netherworld eye. After the blood pupil appeared, the entire netherworld treasure mirror exuded a terrifying and sinister aura. The void yakshaw had a fearful expression and moved instinctively, hiding behind the martial Tao prime body, afraid that the blood pupil would see him. Suddenly, the netherworld eye burst forth with a bloodlight that pierced through the layers of hell yellow springs and landed on the law's barrier ahead. Instantly, countless lights surged from the law's barrier, wanting to devour and neutralize the bloodlight. However, the power of the bloodlight was extremely terrifying as well and gradually corroded a medium-sized hole in the law's barrier. Success! The eyes of the martial Tao prime body lit up. He turned around and grabbed the void yakshaw, throwing him over first. Thereafter, he followed and charged through the world barrier along the hell yellow springs. The moment the two of them passed through, the bloodlight power of the netherworld eye had already weakened. The hole in the world barrier closed and returned to normal. Chapter 2720 Gathering in the Netherworld. 2720 Gathering in the Netherworld. The martial Tao prime body turned around and looked at the closed hole on the world barrier behind him. His heart skipped a beat. He did not know how long he would have to wait before he could return after leaving the hell world. Actually, there was nothing in the hell world that he missed, including his status as the Lord of Hell. However, there was an old friend of Tianhuang mainland over there after all. Right then, the void yakshaw sent a voice transmission to his spirit consciousness. The netherworld is a little special. We must not expose our identities. Otherwise, we will definitely be hunted down by the living beings of the netherworld. The two of them had already violated the rules of the two worlds by breaking through the barrier between the two worlds through the hell yellow springs. It was the same way the void yakshaw landed in the hell world and was imprisoned by Hell Lord Bitter Springs. How can one distinguish between living beings of the netherworld? The martial Tao prime body asked. Void yakshaw said, "There's no need for you to disguise yourself. Your aura has always been unfathomable and difficult to detect. I have to put on a cloak. There's a distinct difference between living beings of the netherworld and other living beings. Living beings of the netherworld have no flesh and blood." Oh! The martial Tao prime body was slightly surprised and asked, "Can one survive normally in the netherworld without flesh and blood?" "Of course. The Void Yaksha said, "These living beings of the netherworld have long possessed a complete cultivation system and can long break free from their reliance on flesh and blood. Furthermore, in the netherworld, any living being of flesh and blood will be suppressed and sealed no matter how powerful their bloodline is." The martial Tao prime body sensed from within the hell yellow springs and nodded to himself. Indeed. After passing through the barrier, there was clearly a strange power in his bloodline. No matter how he channeled his bloodline, he could not break free. The Void Yaksha continued, "Furthermore, don't underestimate the little ghosts of the netherworld. If we encounter ghost kings of the same level, we have to deal with them carefully." The martial Tao prime body frowned and asked, "The living beings of the netherworld belong to the ghost race as well, similar to your ghost world?" The Void Yaksha explained, "Although we're all collectively called the ghost race, in reality, we're extremely different from the ghost race of the netherworld. To be precise, we're considered the Yaksha race. We were separated from the ghost race and were born in the river of life of the ghost world. We've already developed flesh and blood. However, the little ghosts, big ghosts, and even ghost kings and ghost emperors of the netherworld are all in the form of souls. Although they had already arrived in the netherworld, in order to hide their tracks, the two of them still hid at the bottom of the hell yellow springs and flowed downstream while communicating with their spirit consciousnesses." The Void Yaksha continued, "These ghosts in hell can attack our essence spirits directly. If we're not careful, we'll be severely injured. With the essence spirit destroyed, no matter how powerful one's bloodline and body is, it's only a shell." The martial Tao prime body pondered in silence. There were all sorts of strange things in the trichiliocosm. He did not expect such a group of special life forms to exist in the netherworld. They had already completely escaped the restraints of flesh and blood and had their own unique cultivation system. Such a world was indeed qualified to be independent of the medium chiliocosm. With this, it was also not hard to understand why there had to be such strong laws and world barriers between the netherworld and the other world. If living beings of the other worlds could freely move in and out of the netherworld and vice versa, the trichiliocosm would have long been in chaos. The Void Yaksha reminded once more, "It's best if we hide in the hell yellow springs and conceal our tracks. We'll follow the current and arrive below the Six Paths Gate before appearing and charging into the ghost world. If little ghosts of the netherworld discover us in advance, we'll definitely attract the encirclement and pursuit of countless experts of the netherworld. At that time, I'm afraid we won't even get to see the Six Paths Gate." "Where is the Six Paths Gate?" the martial Tao prime body asked. The Void Yaksha explained, "The Six Paths Gate is the entrance to the Six Paths and lies above the Ghost Mountains in the 5 directions." "Ghost Mountains in the 5 directions?" The martial Tao prime body frowned slightly. Void Yaksha said, "The 5 ghost mountains are located in the 5 directions of the netherworld and are held down by 5 ghost emperors. The netherworld is complete and the great Tao is flawless. Therefore, these ghost emperors are all emperor expert. If we appear, we have to rush into the door of the ghost world immediately. If we're discovered by any ghost emperor, the consequences will be unimaginable." As a king expert of the Yaksha race, the Void Yaksha's combat strength was extremely strong. However, when he came to the netherworld, he became naggy and abnormally careful. "Our existence is simply delicious food to some experts of the netherworld." The Void Yaksha said, "They can use many divine powers and secret skills to target our essence spirits and devour our souls to strengthen themselves." As the martial Tao prime body listened to the Void Yaksha's explanation, he flowed down from the depths of the hell yellow springs. Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body's heart skipped a beat and he stopped. "What's wrong?" The Void Yaksha stopped hurriedly and turned to ask. The martial Tao prime body's gaze was cold and his expression under the silver mask was a little dark. Earlier on, he had sensed the existence of the Green Lotus true body once more. Back in the hell world, the moment he advanced to the martial domain realm and condensed a domain, he briefly established a connection with the Green Lotus true body. Thereafter, the connection between the two true bodies vanished once more. There was a high chance that this short perception was because the martial Tao prime body had condensed a domain. As for the formation of the domain, it temporarily broke through the barrier between the worlds and allowed the two true bodies to establish a connection. But now, The martial Tao prime body had already sensed the Green Lotus true body without doing anything. That perception was extremely clear and showed no signs of disappearing. There was only one possibility. The two true bodies were in the same world. The Green Lotus true body was in the netherworld as well. To be precise, the soul of the Green Lotus true body had arrived in the netherworld. That was because the Green Lotus true body could not enter the netherworld directly in the medium chiliocosm. Only souls could enter the netherworld. In other words, the Green Lotus true body was already dead. In the end, he was still a step too late. The expression of the martial Tao prime body was dark and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Right then, his heart skipped a beat as he suddenly recalled Consort Yu's experience. Before long, he realized that as long as he could ensure that the memories of the Green Lotus true body were not destroyed and not washed away by the Hell Yellow Springs, the Green Lotus true body would not truly die. The Green Lotus true body could reincarnate with his complete memories. At that thought, the martial Tao prime body waved his robe and swept up the void yaksha beside him, breaking through the void in front of him and entering in a flash. The two true bodies had to meet up before the Green Lotus true body's memories were erased by the Hell Yellow Springs. "What are you doing?" The void yaksha's expression changed starkly. The martial Tao prime body would definitely alarm the experts of the netherworld if he broke through the void of the netherworld and teleported. The bloodline of the void yaksha was indeed powerful. Along the way, the teeth in the void yaksha's mouth had already regrew and his speech returned to normal. Chapter 2721, 2721 Netherworld Death's Door, Yellow Springs Road. 2721 Netherworld Death's Door, Yellow Springs Road. Su Zimo's last memory of collapsing in the Emperor's tomb was hearing a familiar voice. However, he was unconscious at that time and no longer had the strength to distinguish. When he regained consciousness and woke up, he realized that he was in a dark and sinister place surrounded by a large white fog. This did not seem to be the Emperor's tomb. At that moment, Su Zimo recalled the voice in the Emperor's tomb with a strange expression. How could it be him? Su Zimo was puzzled and could not understand. Right then, he realized that there were many people like him in the white fog. Their expressions were numb and their gazes were empty as they walked forward in a daze. Among this group of people, there were men, women, old and young, as well as living beings of other races. It was a massive sight. Strangely, there were no conflicts despite so many living beings of the various races gathered together. Everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding and kept walking forward. Suddenly, Su Zimo realized that he was one of them. He wanted to stop in his tracks but realized that he could not control his body at all. It was as though he was being pulled forward by an unknown force. What's going on? Su Zimo had a bewildered expression. He took a few steps forward and arrived beside a middle-aged man, asking, "Fellow Daoist, where is this?" The middle-aged man looked askance at Su Zimo and revealed a strange smile. He looked as though he was crying and did not speak. "Sir, where is this?" Su Zimo arrived beside an old man and asked once more. The old man sighed and did not reply. He merely raised his trembling arm and pointed into the distance. Following the old man's guidance, Su Zimo looked over and vaguely saw a gigantic city pass appear between the two mountains in the fog ahead. There was a plaque hanging on the city pass. There seemed to be words on it, but they could not be seen clearly. Right then, someone walked past Su Zimo and bumped into his shoulder. However, he did not feel anything. His body seemed to be transparent as that person passed through him effortlessly. Su Zimo opened his mouth slightly and vaguely realized where he was. Before long, he followed the crowd and arrived below the city pass. Su Zimo looked up. There were golden words written on the plaque, "Netherworld Death's Door." Indeed. Su Zimo sighed with a conflicted expression. To think that he could not manage to escape the calamity of the sect master of the academy in the end and would still die. His soul came to the legendary Netherworld and he witnessed the Death's Door. The vast crowd was merely souls of living beings that arrived here after they died. It was the same for him. The crowd entered the Death's Door one after another. On both sides of the Death's Door stood many little ghosts of the Netherworld. They held pitch-black chains and whips in their hands and urged the crowd, "Hurry, hurry. Once you enter the death's door, you will be separated from life and death. A little ghost of the netherworld said loudly. In the end, there were still people in the crowd who were indignant. When they arrived at death's door, they stopped and looked back. What are you looking at? A little ghost of the netherworld had an impatient expression as he pulled out the iron whip in his hand and whipped the person fiercely. Ah! The person cried out tragically, and a clear mark was clearly left on his soul body, causing his soul to turn much dimmer. You've already arrived at the netherworld. Don't even think about turning back. A little ghost of the netherworld sneered, if you had that thought, you might as well spend your time praying for better luck when you enter the 6 paths of reincarnation later so that you can have a good place to go. This person was extremely stubborn and stood with his head held high, still unwilling to enter the death's door. In his previous life, he was also a renowned expert and big shot. He died and his soul entered the netherworld. Naturally, he was indignant that he had fallen to such a state. He did not want to be bullied by some little ghosts of the netherworld either. If this was in the medium kiliacasm, the cultivation of these little ghosts would be equivalent to earth immortals and heaven immortals. However, no matter how powerful the experts in his previous life were, their souls could not defend against the power of these little ghosts once they entered the netherworld. You must have a death wish. One of the little ghosts of the netherworld sneered and raised his whip, whipping the person fiercely. This whip was clearly forged from special materials and could cause immense damage to souls. In just a few whips, that person's soul was already extremely weak and dim, without much life left. The little ghost of the netherworld spat and cursed, I've seen many people like you. No matter who you were in your previous life, you have to be obedient in the netherworld. Pausing for a moment, the little ghost of the netherworld glared at the crowd. The same goes for you guys. Whoever refuses to submit shall end up like him. Initially, there were some people who had the same thoughts of resisting. At that moment, they no longer insisted and entered the death's door one after another. Lackeys like the little ghosts were often the ones who gave the most trouble. Suzimo followed the crowd and entered the death's door as well. After the death's door, the little ghosts of the netherworld who originally stood guard there followed the group of people to their next location. As for the death's door, it was replaced by another group of little ghosts from the netherworld. Suzimo followed the crowd in no hurry. That was because he had finally established a connection with the martial Tao prime body earlier on. The two true bodies exchanged memories continuously and filled up this blank period of time rapidly. At the same time, he knew that the martial Tao prime body was rushing over. However, the space of the netherworld was complicated and it would take the martial Tao prime body a little more time to teleport through space. As Suzimo followed the crowd, he surveyed his surroundings. A large area in the surroundings was still enveloped by layers of white fog. As for the dirt road beneath their feet, it was slightly yellow and emitted a strange power. A little ghost of the netherworld said, "Let me educate you guys. The path you're walking on is the Yellow Springs Road. In a while, all of you will have to wait for a bridge, the Bridge of Oblivion. The Yellow Springs surges beneath the Bridge of Oblivion. Every single one of you will be baptized by the Yellow Springs on the bridge and all memories of your previous life will turn into a blank. As for your final destination, whether you head to the Hell Dao or Hungry Ghost Dao, whether you reincarnate as humans or demons, everything will depend on your own fate." Before long, everyone heard the roar of water and the aura ahead became moist. The Yellow Springs of the netherworld was right ahead. Suzimo gradually slowed down. He could enter the death's door. However, there was no way he could let himself be baptized by the water of the Yellow Springs. Once he was baptized by the Yellow Springs and his memories disappeared, it would mean that all traces of his life would be erased and he would truly die. Chapter 2722, 2722 Black and White Impermanences. 2722 Black and White Impermanences. Suzimo slowed down and gradually lagged behind the crowd. Before long, everyone arrived before a surging withered river. On the river, there was a stone bridge mottled with time that reached the other side. On the side of the stone bridge stood a stele with the words Bridge of Oblivion written on it. "This is the River of Oblivion. You guys can get on the bridge," a little ghost of the netherworld urged. At this point, Many living beings had nowhere to retreat and could only climb onto the bridge one after another and head towards the other side. Su Zimo learned from the martial Tao prime body that the so-called River of Oblivion was actually the Hell Yellow Springs. The souls that ascended the Bridge of Oblivion were washed away by the mist of the Hell Yellow Springs, and their memories of their previous lives were wiped away. With a blank slate, they entered reincarnation. Many living beings walked towards the Bridge of Oblivion one after another while Su Zimo stood rooted to the ground. "What are you doing here?" A little ghost of the netherworld could not help but frown when he saw Su Zimo standing on the spot. "Waiting for someone," Su Zimo replied. "Haha." The few little ghosts of the netherworld laughed when they heard that. A little ghost had a mocking expression and asked teasingly, "Why? Is there someone who will be accompanying you to die? Stop dawdling and cross the bridge quickly," another little ghost of the netherworld urged impatiently. Su Zimo remained rooted to the ground in silence. "You must have a death wish." A little ghost of the netherworld strode forward and raised the whip in his hand, lashing out at Su Zimo. The others were already used to this scene. The other little ghosts were already used to it. For every batch of souls that came here, there were some who were disobedient and indignant. Some were even tortured to death by the little ghosts of the netherworld. Their souls were thrown into the River of Oblivion and could not enter reincarnation. The little ghosts of the netherworld had seen many people like Su Zimo. The whip descended from the skies. Su Zimo knew that this whip was specially refined to counter souls. However, he refused to be humiliated and reached out to grab the whip. Piak. The whip landed in his palm. He did not feel much impact. Instead, a strange glow appeared on his body with dharmic Tao imprints. That scene made many little ghosts of the netherworld frown slightly. Even Su Zimo was stunned. Under normal circumstances, he was already dead. No matter what dharmic Tao he cultivated, it had already died with the green lotus true body and could not be brought to the netherworld. That was what it meant for one to die with their Taos dissipated. But now, there was actually a dharmic Tao imprint on his soul that followed him to the netherworld. It was this dharmic Tao imprint that helped him defend against the damage caused by the little ghost's whip. Heaven Burial Sutra? Su Zimo was surprised. He had cultivated the Heaven Burial Sutra for many years. Although he comprehended a lot, he still had some doubts. This cultivation technique was indeed powerful. However, compared to the other taboo mystic classics that he cultivated, the Heaven Burial Sutra did not seem to have reached the level of a taboo mystic classic. It was only at that moment that Su Zimo gradually understood that the scene before him was probably the reason why the Heaven Burial Sutra became a taboo mystic classic. The dharmic Tao of the Heaven Burial Sutra was imprinted on his soul. Although he was dead, the dharmic Tao of the Heaven Burial Sutra had not disappeared. Furthermore, it followed his soul into the netherworld. This situation was a little similar to the reincarnation of a perfected immortal. Typically, when perfected immortals reincarnated, immortal king experts would cast spells and leave behind dharmic Tao imprints so that it would be easier to guide them after they reincarnated. And now, Su Zimo had such a situation without anyone's help by relying on the dharmic Tao of the Heaven Burial Sutra. A little ghost of the netherworld sneered, "So an expert left behind an imprint and wanted to guide you to be reborn. I've seen many such situations. If you had been obedient, I might have let you pass if I was in a good mood. However, the fact that you still dare to resist in the netherworld means you must really be tired of living." Another little ghost of the netherworld shook the chain in his hand and said fiercely, "Everyone, attack together and grind away the dharmic Tao imprint on this person. Kill him." Splash. Dozens of chains descended from the skies and interweaved into a huge net, enveloping Su Zimo and binding him on the spot before long. Su Zimo looked at the surrounding little ghosts of the netherworld and said coldly, "I think you guys are the ones who are tired of living." The moment he said that, a crack suddenly appeared in the void above everyone's heads. A sinister wind surged from within with a chilling aura. Immediately after, two figures descended. One of them was wearing a spacious cloak that covered him tightly and his figure could not be seen clearly. The other was dressed in a purple robe and wore a silver mask. Two faint purple flames burned in his exposed eyes. The aura of the two of them was clearly extremely different from the netherworld. "Who are you people?" a little ghost of the netherworld berated sternly. Scram! The martial Tao prime body waved his robes and released a scorching wave of air. Dozens of little ghosts of the netherworld were reduced to ashes instantly. The tall figure in a cloak beside him was the Void Yaksha. At that moment, his expression was ugly as he muttered, "With such a huge commotion, the experts of the netherworld must have already rushed over." Right then, a sinister wind blew. From the white fog not far away, two figures gradually appeared, one tall and one short, one fat and one thin. The person on the left was tall and thin with a smile on his face. However, his face was terrifyingly pale and he wore a pointed hat with the words "Wealth for the Good" written on the front. The person on the right had a fierce expression and was wide and fat. He had a dark face and was also wearing a hat with the words "Peace in the World" written on it. Clang! The two of them held handcuffs and shackles in their hands and walked towards the martial Tao prime body. Black and white impermanences. When the Void Yaksha saw the two of them, he frowned. "Be careful. The handcuffs and shackles in their hands are tied to essence spirits and souls. Who's there to cause trouble in the netherworld?" Black Impermanence's expression was dark as he glared at the martial Tao prime body and the Void Yaksha and said slowly, "Show us your true appearance." White Impermanence was all smiles. "We can just see it for ourselves." The moment White Impermanence spoke, a scarlet tongue descended and tore through the air, coiling towards the martial Tao prime body and the Void Yaksha. A nauseating stench approached. Black Impermanence attacked at the same time and flung the handcuffs and shackles in his hands forward. The martial Tao prime body could clearly sense a strange power that wanted to break through his Mara mask and descend into his consciousness. Ripples appeared on the Mara mask and many ghost faces appeared. The attacks targeting the essence spirit and soul could not break through the obstruction of the Mara mask. The Void Yaksha roared and tore apart his cloak. His spirit consciousness condensed at his glabella and he was prepared. The martial Tao prime body did not move and merely channeled his spirit consciousness. Phew! A purple flame suddenly rose from Black Impermanence's handcuffs and shackles and White Impermanence's long tongue. Chapter 2723, 2723 Mount Baoju. 2723 Mount Baoju. This was the martial spirit fire and was the most domineering. It was a killing move that specialized in burning essence spirits and souls among the many methods of the martial Tao prime body. Black and White Impermanences let out a tragic cry. The martial spirit fire burned extremely quickly and spread to the two of them in the blink of an eye along White Impermanence's long tongue and Black Impermanence's handcuffs and shackles. Under everyone's gaze, a ball of martial spirit fire ignited on the bodies of the Black and White Impermanences and they were burned to ashes before long, leaving only two hats that fell into the embers. When the many little ghosts of the netherworld who came over after hearing the news saw that, their faces turned pale from fear. Those two were especially famous in the netherworld and the little ghosts had to refer to them as Lord White and Lord Black respectfully. To think that they would be burned to ashes by the purple-robed man in a few breaths. The flames were so domineering that although more and more little ghosts of the netherworld gathered around, they did not dare to advance. The martial Tao prime body did not linger there. He brought the Void Yaksha and protected the soul of the Green Lotus true body. He tore through the void and entered the spatial tunnel, leaving the spot. Not long after the martial Tao prime body left, the two hats in the ashes suddenly floated in midair. Immediately after, two figures gradually appeared beneath the two hats and materialized. They were Black and White Impermanences who had just been burned to ashes. That was close. White Impermanence was still smiling, but his face turned even paler, as though he was frightened. Black Impermanence said, "I'll inform the judge of life and death of the netherworld to stop this person. There are naturally rules and regulations in the netherworld. No living being outside the realm has ever dared to behave atrociously in the netherworld." When he heard that, White Impermanence had a strange expression and said in a low voice, "It's not like there weren't any. That woman from before." Upon hearing White Impermanence's words, Black Impermanence seemed to have thought of something as well. His entire body jolted and he said with lingering fear, "That crazy woman appeared out of nowhere and caused a ruckus in the netherworld. More than half of the 5 ghost emperors were killed. It's said that only one of the ghost emperors who fought her survived. It was Ghost Emperor Yang Yun who presided over Mount Luophong. Ever since that battle, Ghost Emperor Yang Yun was respected among the 5 ghost emperors. That's right. How powerful must he be to be able to survive from that crazy woman? In the spatial tunnel, the martial Dao Prime body wanted to send the soul of the Green Lotus true body into his consciousness to protect it. However, the Dharmic Tao of the Heaven Burial Sutra flickered continuously on the soul of the Green Lotus true body and resisted. Even the martial Dao Prime body could not send it into his consciousness. The situation was urgent and the martial Dao Prime body did not have time to think and could only give up for the time being. Where is the entrance to the 6 paths? The martial Dao Prime body asked. I don't know the exact location either. Although I've heard some things about the Netherworld, this is my first time here. The Void Yaksha said, under normal circumstances, only souls can enter the Netherworld. It's impossible for living beings like us to enter the Netherworld. The martial Dao Prime body nodded to himself. The reason why he and the Void Yaksha could come to the Netherworld was because the Hell Yellow Springs flowed between the Netherworld and the Hell World and the world barrier was relatively weak. Otherwise, even with the Netherworld treasure mirror, he would not be able to pass through the world barrier and enter the Netherworld. Souls that entered the Netherworld would forget memories of their previous lives after being baptized by the Hell Yellow Springs. They would then enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Therefore, the Netherworld had always been a mysterious and unknown place to all living beings in the 3 realms. The martial Dao Prime body pondered for a moment before suddenly taking out an ancient bronze lantern from his storage bag. What's this? The Void Yaksha looked at the ancient bronze lantern curiously and instinctively wanted to reach out to touch it. Don't touch it if you don't want to die, the martial Dao Prime body said. The Void Yaksha pursed his lips and retracted his palm resentfully. The martial Dao Prime body released the martial spirit fire and ignited the soul lantern. The soul lantern burned and released a golden halo. A golden flame jumped slightly before tilting in a certain direction. Over there. The martial Dao Prime body pointed in the direction where the flame had shifted. The soul lantern could absorb souls and refine them into lantern oil to replenish itself. The direction guided by the soul lantern was most likely the place where soul power was the strongest. Right then, a violent tremor came from the spatial tunnel and an immense and terrifying pressure enveloped down. The fact that the 3 of them could be discovered even when they were traveling through the spatial tunnel showed how powerful the person was. Immediately after, an extremely sharp edge tore through the spatial tunnel and sliced it into 2, cutting off the path of the martial Dao Prime body and the other 2. I'm the judge of life and death, Kui. A voice sounded. Before he could finish, the martial Dao Prime body blew gently at the golden flame of the soul lantern and a spark flew out through the crack of the spatial tunnel. Ah! A blood-curdling scream came from outside. Immediately after, the terrifying might vanished without a trace. Kui! The Void Yaksha grinned and clicked his tongue. Could it be Lord Kui, one of the 4 judges of life and death? The 4 judges are all ruthless people. The martial Dao Prime body's expression was unchanged, as though he had done something insignificant. This time round, the way the Void Yaksha looked at Soul Lantern had already changed. Just a spark was enough to severely injure the 4 judges of the Netherworld and force them back. What was the background of this ancient-looking bronze lantern? The Void Yaksha's eyes flickered with excitement as he said in a low voice, with this treasure, as long as we don't alarm the Lord of the Netherworld, we can do whatever we want in the Netherworld. The martial Dao Prime body was silent. The Soul Lantern was his greatest reliance in the Netherworld. However, the Netherworld was too mysterious and there were countless unknowns to him. The Soul Lantern was only an external object after all. His cultivation realm was equivalent to an immortal king and it was still unknown how much of a chance he had against an expert like the Ghost Emperors with this Soul Lantern. Furthermore, the martial Dao Prime body had a feeling that this Soul Lantern was most likely related to the Netherworld. Mount Baoju. This was one of the 5 ghost mountains and was located in the middle of the Netherworld. Suddenly, a gigantic spatial rift opened in the sky above Mount Baoju and 3 figures appeared, descending slowly. Where am I? The martial Tao prime body looked over and saw that the surroundings were sinister. Although there were many trees and vegetation, they could not hide the sinister aura. It must be one of the 5 ghost mountains. The void yaksha pointed down and said, "Look, the entrance to the 6 paths is right there." At that moment, the martial Tao prime body and green lotus true body lowered their heads at the same time. When they saw an extremely shocking scene, they could not help but be stunned on the spot. A gigantic vortex abyss appeared beneath the 3 of them. Clouds surged and spread in all directions endlessly. The gigantic vortex clearly had 6 different regions and was filled with strange runes that came from the same source as the runes of the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra and 9 Springs Hell Sutra. Chapter 27-24, 27-24 Truth of the 6 Paths. 27-24 Truth of the 6 Paths: Heaven, Human, Asura, Demon, Ghost and Hell. Translated, the 6 strange runes on the 6 regions of the gigantic vortex corresponded to the dharmic Taos of the 6th path. The 2 true bodies had already comprehended a supreme divine power, the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, neither of the 2 true bodies could unleash the true power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was said that the 6 paths of reincarnation was a peerless divine power. However, for many years, no one could unleash the true power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. That was why it gradually became a supreme divine power. It was only when the martial Tao prime body saw the scene before him did he come to a realization. The 6 paths of reincarnation comprehended by the 2 true bodies as well as the living beings of the medium Kiliakasm was worlds apart from the true 6 paths before him. Only by witnessing the 6 paths of reincarnation personally could one completely comprehend its true meaning and unleash its true power. If they could not witness it with their own eyes, they would never be able to feel the emotional shock brought about by the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was no wonder that no one had been able to unleash the complete power of the 6 paths of reincarnation for so many years. That was because no one could come to the netherworld and see the scene of the 6 paths of reincarnation with their own eyes. The green lotus true body looked at the 6 paths of reincarnation beneath him and unlearned all the 6 paths he had comprehended. He comprehended again and was in a daze, entering a state of epiphany. Right then, incomparably domineering auras rose around them. Their descent on Mount Baoju had finally alarmed the experts of the netherworld. "Let's go." The void yaksha urged hurriedly. "I have a feeling of trepidation. This ghost mountain must be presided over by a ghost emperor." The martial Tao prime body glanced at the green lotus true body who was in an epiphany and frowned slightly. Such an opportunity was extremely rare. Once interrupted, it would be extremely difficult for the green lotus true body to comprehend the 6 paths of reincarnation. "Let's wait a little longer." The martial Tao prime body took a deep breath of air and looked at the phantoms that rose continuously as he said in a deep voice. The void yaksha was a little anxious and nervous, but he did not escape alone. Who dares to behave so audaciously in the netherworld? Not far away, a ghost king stood in midair and hollered at the martial Tao prime body and the other 2. The void yaksha grinned slightly and laughed. "The 3 of us barged into this place unintentionally. Everyone, don't be nervous. We'll leave immediately." Another ghost king said, "You still want to leave? Do you think you can come and go as you please in the netherworld? Stop them." Right then, another voice sounded. "They just injured the black and white impermanences and severely injured Lord Kui." When that voice spread, countless ghosts in the netherworld were enraged. The surroundings were filled with killing intent and many netherworld ghosts glared at the martial Tao prime body and the other 2 with unfriendly expressions. "Take them down." A ghost king waved his hand and ordered. Instantly, countless phantoms appeared and pounced towards the martial Tao prime body and the other 2. When the void yaksha saw that the conflict with the netherworld was inevitable, he could not help but curse internally. The spirit consciousness of the martial Tao prime body moved and released the martial Tao purgatory without hesitation, enveloping the green lotus true body and the void yaksha. Ah! 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 Many phantoms charged into the range of the martial Tao purgatory and let out tragic cries. Some phantoms were burned to ashes in an instant. Some phantoms relied on powerful methods to escape death from the martial Dao purgatory. Although the martial Dao purgatory was suppressed in the netherworld, the dharmic Dao contained within could still defend against countless ghosts and suppress ghost kings of the same cultivation realm. The moment the battle broke out, many netherworld ghosts were severely injured and could not break through the domain of the martial Dao prime body. Me. Right then, a cold laugh sounded. How dare you be so arrogant on Mount Baoju of the netherworld? You're truly tired of living. The moment he said that, a powerful and cold spirit consciousness pressure descended. Sheeing. 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 The flames in the martial Dao purgatory could not withstand it and were extinguished by more than half in the blink of an eye, emitting a strange sound. Spirit consciousness of the Emperor realm. Only the power of the Emperor realm could suppress the domain of the martial Dao prime body. Back in the Hell world, the power of a quasi-emperor could already impact the minor martial Dao domain, let alone the might of a true emperor. The next moment, the vision of the martial Dao prime body darkened. Above his head, a phantom shadow appeared and lowered its head slightly. A malevolent and terrifying ghost face arrived above the martial Dao purgatory and blew gently. Sheeing. A sinister wind blew past. The flames in the martial Dao purgatory were extinguished by the phantom in a single breath. The Ghost Emperor's methods were terrifying. Ghost Emperor of Mount Baoju, Ju Qi. The Void Yaksha gasped and cried out. Ghost Emperor Ju Qi, who presided over Mount Baoju, was also known as the Central Ghost Emperor. He was the leader of the 5 Ghost Emperors and was second only to the Lord of the Netherworld. However, for some special reasons, the reputation of Ghost Emperor Yang Yun of the North had already surpassed Ju Qi's over the years. Oh! The phantom seemed to be surprised. His gaze landed on the Void Yaksha. Little Yaksha, you're pretty sharp to be able to know my name. You're a Void Yaksha. Why did you come to the Netherworld instead of staying obediently in the Ghost World? Ghost Emperor Ju Qi could tell the origin of the Void Yaksha at a glance and asked. The Void Yaksha had a hesitant expression as he glanced at the martial Dao prime body, not knowing where to start. Kill them first. Ghost Emperor Ju Qi glanced at the martial Dao prime body and Green Lotus true body with a cold gaze and said indifferently, how dare humans from the medium Kiliakasm behave so audaciously in the netherworld? When the Ghost Emperor attacked, the martial Dao purgatory was already shattered. After Ghost Emperor Ju Qi gave the order, countless ghosts of the netherworld swarmed forward in a black mass, pouncing towards the martial Dao prime body and Green Lotus true body. The martial Dao prime body had a calm expression as he flipped his palm and summoned the soul lantern from his storage bag. The golden flames burned and spread out a golden halo that protected the 2 true bodies. The moment many ghosts charged forward, they were enveloped by the golden halo. Accompanied by a tragic cry, they turned into nothingness instantly and were absorbed and devoured by the soul lantern. The golden flames of the soul lantern became even brighter and the radius of the surrounding halo expanded. Even Ghost King experts would be devoured by the soul lantern on the spot and turned into lantern oil if they could not dodge in time, let alone ordinary netherworld ghost. Ghost Emperor Ju Qi shuddered when he saw the soul lantern in the hands of the martial Dao prime body. The gigantic phantom returned to normal quickly under the envelopment of the golden halo and transformed into a figure similar to the martial Dao prime body, standing at the edge of the golden halo. This lantern. Ghost Emperor Ju Qi stared fixedly at the soul lantern in the hands of the martial Dao prime body with a bewildered expression and murmured softly, how is that possible? Chapter 2725 Ghost Emperor Yang Yun. 2725 Ghost Emperor Yang Yun. Right then, a figure in multicolored armor with a dignified expression and a golden halberd strode over from the east of Mount Baoju. As that person approached, a gigantic spirit consciousness might surged over. It was not inferior to Ghost Emperor Ju Qi at all. Ghost Emperor Yu Lei of Mount Taoji in the east. On the other side, a middle-aged man who looked like a scholar rode a spirit beast over slowly. His gaze was wise as he stared at the ancient bronze lantern in the hands of the martial Dao prime body with deep thoughts. Ghost Emperor Wen He of Mount Boizhong in the west. At the same time, a third figure appeared. It was an expert with a dark expression and a fierce and sharp gaze like an eagle. Ghost Emperor Zi-Ren of Mount Luofu in the south. The last person to appear was from the north. The man had disheveled hair and unkempt clothes. He walked over shakily with a wine gourd in his hands and raised his head to take a sip of wine from time to time with a dazed gaze. When the ghost emperors present saw this person appear, they did not say anything, clearly in silent acknowledgement of his identity. If not for that, it would be difficult to associate this man with the North Ghost Emperor. Ghost Emperor Yang Yun of Mount Luofeng in the north. The Void Yakshaw was secretly alarmed. The commotion was too great and all 5 ghost emperors appeared. The netherworld was not like the hell world. The hell world was shattered and had entered the Dharma-ending era with no emperor experts born. However, the netherworld had always been presided over by ghost emperors. These 5 ghost emperors were the strongest among all the ghost emperors in the netherworld. After the 5 ghost emperors descended, the gazes of 4 of them landed on the soul lantern of the martial Tao prime body. At first, there was a hint of surprise and shock in their eyes. However, before long, greed flashed through the faces of 4 ghost emperors. Only Ghost Emperor Yang Yun of the north retracted his gaze after a casual glance at the soul lantern. He stood at the side and continued drinking. It was as though the soul lantern was not as important as the wine gourd in his hands. "It's the soul lantern." Ghost Emperor Zi-Ren's eyes shone inexplicably as he said coldly. Ghost Emperor when he seemed to be surprised as well. "According to what I know, this soul lantern should belong to the Lord of the Netherworld. Why is it in this person's hands?" Ghost Emperor Ju Qi raised his brow slightly. "No matter what, we have to retrieve this soul lantern first. How can the Emperor weapon of the Lord of the Netherworld fall into the hands of outsiders?" "Exactly," Ghost Emperor Yu Lei said as well. After the 4 ghost emperors said that, they glanced at Ghost Emperor Yang Yun at the side. The latter was still drinking and did not seem interested in the matter. Seeing that the 4 ghost emperors were about to attack, the Void Yakshaw hurriedly shouted, "Ghost emperors, there's a misunderstanding. This is the newly conferred Lord of Hell of the Hell World. We're merely passing by the Netherworld and we're not hostile." Ghost Emperor Ju Qi sneered, "Lord of Hell?" The other 3 ghost emperors clearly did not believe it either. Ghost Emperor Zi-Ren smirked. "It's fine if you're lying to others, but you want to bluff your way through in front of us? You're telling me a human from the medium Kiliakasm is the Lord of Hell? Well." The Void Yakshaw was speechless. "Attack." Ghost Emperor Ju Qi gave the order. The 4 ghost emperors attacked one after another, releasing immense soul power that crushed towards the martial Tao prime body. The martial Tao prime body's expression was unchanged as he raised the soul lantern and blew gently. The lantern oil in the lantern suddenly splattered and flew towards the 4 ghost emperors with a few golden sparks. The 4 ghost emperors were clearly wary of the power of the soul lantern and dodged one after another. Their soul powers could not break through the halo of the soul lantern either. The moment they entered the range of the golden halo, they turned into nothingness and was refined and absorbed by the soul lantern. The 4 ghost emperors exchanged glances and released their respective pocket netherworlds. Ghostly auras filled the worlds and phantoms flickered as they suppressed the martial Tao prime body once more. This was the power of the Emperor realm. If he did not have the soul lantern, the martial Tao prime body would not be able to defend against any ghost emperor, let alone the combined forces of the 4 ghost emperors. Right now, under the suppression of the 4 pocket netherworlds, the flames of the soul lantern flickered and could be extinguished at any moment. Once the soul lantern was extinguished, the martial Tao prime body would lose his final reliance. However, at that moment, the soul lantern sensed the surrounding pressure and seemed to have been stimulated. It suddenly broke free from the hands of the martial Tao prime body and floated in midair. The word soul in the lantern shone brightly, causing the flames of the soul lantern to intensify and spread into an even stronger golden halo. The spirit consciousness in the soul lantern awakened and counterattacked. The expressions of the 4 ghost emperors changed and their pocket netherworlds began to sway under the impact of the golden halo of the soul lantern. In reality, the cultivation realm of the martial Tao prime body was limited. Given his martial spirit fire, igniting the soul lantern was not enough for him to fight against the 4 ghost emperors. However, the soul lantern had a huge restraining effect on the ghosts and souls of the netherworld. That was the reason why the current stalemate was formed. The martial Tao prime body and the green lotus true body were telepathically connected. As long as he could hold out a little more, the green lotus true body would awaken from his epiphany after comprehending the key to the 6 paths of reincarnation. Right then, Ghost Emperor Ju Qi looked at Ghost Emperor Yang Yun, who was still drinking at the side, and said in a deep voice, "Yang Yun, why are you still standing by idly at a time like this? This person comes from the medium Kiliakasm. How can he be allowed to behave so audaciously in the netherworld?" Ghost Emperor Yang Yun sighed. "Even the 4 of you can't take down the power of the Lord of the Netherworld's Emperor weapon. So what if I'm included?" Ghost Emperor, when he said, "Brother Yang Yun, we all know your methods. I hope you can lend us a hand." Ghost Emperor Yang Yun was silent for a moment before finally raising his head. He looked at the martial Tao prime body, who was surrounded by the 4 ghost emperors, with a look of pity. "The netherworld is indeed not a good place. You shouldn't have come." Ghost Emperor Yang Yun shook his head gently and raised his head to drink a mouthful of strong wine. Thereafter, he spat out a mouthful of wine mist in the direction of the martial Tao prime body. The wine mist emitted a strong wine fragrance and contained an incomparably powerful power that enveloped the flames of the soul lantern. Under the envelopment of the mist, the soul lantern seemed to be unable to defend against it, and the flames began to shrink continuously, as did the surrounding golden halo. The eyes of the 4 ghost emperors lit up as they pressed forward hurriedly, getting closer and closer to the martial Tao prime body. The martial Tao prime body narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Ghost Emperor Yang Yun, who was not far away. Among the 5 ghost emperors, this person had the strongest cultivation and was unfathomable. He had to get rid of this person in order to escape from the current crisis. In the blink of an eye, the feet of the martial Tao prime body stomped on the void and released an incomparably domineering power. He charged over and shattered the void, plowing out a gigantic crack. With just a single step, the martial Tao prime body arrived before Ghost Emperor Yang Yun. Although he was facing an emperor expert, the martial Tao prime body at the Grotto Heaven realm still emitted a torrential aura and wanted to trample the Ghost Emperor beneath his feet. The martial Tao prime body raised his soul lantern and burned it towards Ghost Emperor Yang Yun. Chapter 2726, 2726 Back to the Emperor's Tomb. 2726 Back to the Emperor's Tomb. Ghost Emperor Yang Yun's expression change. This change was not because of the attack of the martial Tao prime body, but for another reason. Ghost Emperor Yang Yun stared at the footwork released by the martial Tao prime body in a daze. When he saw the attack of the martial Tao prime body descend, his figure flashed and he vanished from the spot. Ghost Emperor Yang Yun resolved the attacks of the martial Tao prime body with ease. The difference between the 2 of them was too great. The martial Tao prime body retreated hurriedly. After Ghost Emperor Yang Yun reappeared, he hung the wine gourd on his waist with a grim expression and his eyes regained clarity. He stared fixedly at the martial Tao prime body and asked slowly, "Who's that blood butterfly from the medium Kiliakasm to you?" Before the martial Tao prime body could react, the 4 ghost emperors who surrounded him were shocked and their attacks paused. The martial Tao prime body was shocked and looked at Ghost Emperor Yang Yun in disbelief. He frowned and asked, "You know her?" The blood butterfly that Ghost Emperor Yang Yun was referring to was definitely Dai Yu. However, the martial Tao prime body did not expect Dai Yu's name to spread to the netherworld. From the expressions of the other 4 ghost emperors, it was clear that they had heard of the blood butterfly as well. More than that, Ghost Emperor Yang Yun had a conflicted expression as he laughed self-deprecatingly. "She came to the netherworld before." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Furthermore, she's the only person in the medium Kiliakasm who could enter the netherworld alive and leave alive." The martial Tao prime body was silent. As his cultivation increased continuously and he got closer to Dai Yu, he could sense how powerful and terrifying she was. However, he was curious as to how Dai Yu came to the netherworld and why she came here back then. Under normal circumstances, there was a law's barrier between the medium Kiliakasm and the netherworld. Given Dai Yu's methods back then, she should not have been able to break through it. The void Yaksha gasped when he heard that. There was actually someone in the medium Kiliakasm who could enter the netherworld alive and leave alive. Ghost Emperor Juchi's expression was dark as he harumphed coldly and grit his teeth. That's because she was lucky. If the Lord of the Netherworld had attacked, she wouldn't have been allowed to start a massacre in the Netherworld. The martial Dao Prime Body was shocked when he heard that. Not only had Dai Yu been here, she even started a massacre in the Netherworld. The void Yaksha grinned with a pale expression. As though he could tell that the martial Dao Prime Body was puzzled, Ghost Emperor Yang Yun said, "The situation at that time was complicated and it was hard to explain in a few words. She did not stay in the Netherworld for long, but she killed more than 10 emperors. Half of the 5 Ghost Emperors were killed by her. There were originally 10 Ghost Emperors who reigned over the 5 directions. In that battle back then, 5 of them died in her hands. Even now, those 5 positions have yet to be filled." The martial Dao Prime Body surveyed his surroundings. It was no wonder why the 4 Ghost Emperors were even more hostile towards him after hearing the words Blood Butterfly. However, he found it strange that Ghost Emperor Yang Yun's attitude towards him seemed to have softened. Ghost Emperor Yang Yun continued, "Back then, I tried to stop her and was severely injured by her. However, she did not kill me and spared my life." Oh! The martial Dao Prime Body was surprised. Before she left a message. Ghost Emperor Yang Yun seemed to recall that scene again. "The fact that you're able to survive from me shall be your greatest honor." In reality, that was also the case. Back in the battle, only Ghost Emperor Yang Yun survived after encountering Dai Yu, causing his reputation in the Netherworld to soar and even surpass the central Ghost Emperor, Ju Qi. The martial Dao Prime Body was not surprised. Dai Yu was the only one who could say something like that. Because Yang Yun mentioned that past, the Green Lotus True Body gradually woke up from his state of epiphany. Ju Qi and the other 3 Ghost Emperors seemed to have noticed something amiss as well. Ghost Emperor Zi Ren frowned. "Yang Yun, since this person is related to the Blood Butterfly, we can't let him leave." Ghost Emperor Yang Yun shook his head and suddenly stopped. The mist that enveloped the Soul Lantern suddenly dissipated and the flames of the Soul Lantern intensified, regaining its light. A golden halo spread rapidly and forced the 4 Ghost Emperors back. "Yang Yun, what are you doing?" Ghost Emperor Ju Qi hollered. Ghost Emperor Yang Yun looked at the martial Dao Prime Body with a conflicted expression. "Back then, she spared my life. I'll let you off today as well." Ghost Emperor Yang Yun did not know what relationship the martial Dao Prime Body had with Dai Yu. However, he believed that someone who could use the aura of the Plo Heaven Stride and Dharmic Dao would definitely have inherited the essence of Dai Yu's Dharmic Dao and would definitely be the person closest to her. "Thank you." The martial Dao Prime Body cupped his fists slightly. "Yang Yun, do you know what you're doing?" Ghost Emperor when he said in a deep voice, "Not only is this person related to the Blood Butterfly, he's also from the medium Kiliakasm and even carries the Emperor weapon of the Lord of the Netherworld. If you let this person leave, you'll commit an unforgivable felony." Against the scolding of the 4 Ghost Emperors, Ghost Emperor Yang Yun did not mind at all. He took out the wine gourd once more and took a sip of strong wine before shrugging. "Whatever, I don't care. Hurry up and leave. Now is the time." The void Yaksha hurriedly sent a voice transmission to the martial Dao Prime Body's spirit consciousness and urged. The martial Dao Prime Body was also about to escape from the Netherworld with the Green Lotus True Body and leap into the Ghost World through the entrance of the 6 paths. However, something strange happened on the side of the Green Lotus True Body. Just as the martial Dao Prime Body wanted to leave with the Green Lotus True Body, mysterious Dharmic Daos burst forth from the latter and blocked him. Immediately after, the Green Lotus True Body soared into the skies under the guidance of the Dharmic Daos. Just as the martial Dao Prime Body was about to stop him, his heart skipped a beat. The 2 true bodies were telepathic and this situation did not seem to pose a threat to the Green Lotus True Body. When the 4 Ghost Emperors saw that, they wanted to stop him as well. However, before the attacks of the 4 Ghost Emperors could descend on the Green Lotus True Body, they were blocked by the golden halo of the Soul Lantern. The Green Lotus true body ascended extremely quickly and arrived in the firmaments in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, under countless gazes, a crack suddenly opened in the firmaments. Although the gap appeared for an extremely short period of time, the martial Tao prime body could still sense the aura of the medium chiliocosm from it. To be precise, it was the aura of the Emperor's tomb. Well, the eyes of the martial Tao prime body lit up and his reaction was extremely fast. He hurriedly sent the water of the hell-boundless springs obtained from Consort Yu into the hands of the Green Lotus true body. Thereafter, the Green Lotus true body was pulled into the crack. In the blink of an eye, the Green Lotus true body vanished and the gap closed as well. The connection between the two true bodies was severed once more. However, the martial Tao prime body knew that there was a high chance that the Green Lotus true body had obtained another huge opportunity. After knowing that the Green Lotus true body was fine, the martial Tao prime body did not hesitate either. He brought the void yaksha and turned to leap into the ghost world of the six paths. His figure was swallowed by the six vortexes and vanished. With the protection of the soul lantern, even the four ghost emperors could not do anything to him and merely watched as he was devoured by the six paths. Chapter 2727, 2727 Resurrection. 2727 Resurrection. In the dark and cold starry sky, a gigantic tomb floated. Compared to the tomb, even some ancient stars were as insignificant as dust. The Emperor's tomb. A saintly middle-aged man in an ancient white robe stood by an isolated tomb with an already cold corpse lying beneath his feet. The corpse wore green robes and looked young with refined features. However, the power of the curse had already seeped into his body. Even after his essence spirit was shattered in his consciousness, it was still entangled by the curse and he had no chance of survival. What a pity! The middle-aged man lowered his head and looked at the corpse by his feet. He shook his head gently and murmured, even the grade 12 creation Green Lotus body could not defend against the devouring of the two curses. After a long time, the middle-aged man said, "Forget it. There's an emperor and many Grotto Heaven realm cultivators here to accompany you in death. Burying you here won't be a disgrace to your bloodline." As he said that, the middle-aged man waved his robes and blasted a human-shaped pit in the hard soil beside him, sending the corpse beside him into it. Right then, a dharmic Tao light burst forth from the corpse and gradually resonated with the entire Emperor's tomb, fusing into one. "Hey!" The middle-aged man exclaimed softly with a strange expression and whispered, "He actually cultivated the Heaven Burial Sutra?" Before he could finish his sentence, the dharmic Tao on the corpse worked. Like a gigantic vortex, the corpse began to absorb a certain power from the Emperor's tomb crazily. A trace of life appeared in the originally lifeless corpse. As time passed, the life force in the corpse became clearer and stronger, as though the corpse was showing signs of revival. The middle-aged man was not surprised by that. However, the pity in his eyes did not disappear. Instead, it became even more obvious. After cultivating the Heaven Burial Sutra and coming to this Emperor's tomb, you can indeed revive with the power of the Emperor's tomb. The middle-aged man looked at the corpse in the pit and shook his head. Unfortunately, even if your soul returns to the world of the living, you won't be able to escape the damage of the two curses. In the middle-aged man's opinion, the scene before him was nothing more than a final moment of lucidity. After this young man revived, he had to be killed by the two curses and experience the process of death once more. That was way too cruel. If he died once more, even the taboo mystic classic, the Heaven Burial Sutra, would be useless. The middle-aged man merely stood at the side silently without saying anything or interrupting the process of the young man's resurrection. After an unknown period of time, the corpse in the huge pit had already recovered its vitality. The next moment, a crack appeared in the void and a wisp of soul returned to the corpse through it. Immediately after, the corpse trembled gently. Suddenly, the green-robed man lying inside opened his eyes. The person who revived in the Emperor's tomb was Su Zimo. This feeling was way too strange and indescribable. He was clearly dead, but now, he had revived in the Emperor's tomb. Furthermore, everything he saw and experienced in the netherworld did not seem like an illusion at all. It was still vivid and memorable. The shock brought to him by the 6 paths of reincarnation was still unforgettable. Little ghosts of the netherworld, black and white impermanences, the judges of life and death, the 5 ghost emperors and the martial Tao prime body. There were also the unimaginable encounters that the martial Tao prime body experienced in the hell world. There was no way these things were illusions. Su Zimo felt as though he had just woken up from a long dream after a nap. Of course, there was another most important thing that could verify that this was not an illusion. He had brought back the water from the hell boundless springs from the hands of the martial Tao prime body, and it was now in his consciousness. Su Zimo realized that he had not died at all. His soul had only walked around the netherworld's death's door and Yellow Springs Road. This experience was way too rare. His situation was countless times more advanced than a mere resurrection. It was difficult to awaken the memories of his previous life unless someone guided him. Furthermore, he had to cultivate again. But now, his soul took a spin in the netherworld and returned to the Emperor's tomb. He fused with his essence spirit once more and controlled the grade 12 Green Lotus true body. There was no need for him to cultivate again, and his cultivation realm did not decrease at all. That was not all. In the netherworld, his soul had once witnessed the 6 paths of reincarnation with his own eyes and comprehended the true meaning of the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. As long as he cultivated and continued comprehending, he would be able to control the true 6 paths of reincarnation and unleash its power as a peerless divine power. Su Zimo sensed it carefully and realized that that was not the only change in his body. As his soul was going back and forth in the netherworld, many strange changes seemed to have happened to the Green Lotus true body. An extremely rich life force surged from the body of the Green Lotus true body. Right now, that power was nourishing the bloodline of the Green Lotus true body, and the latter was growing rapidly. His cultivation realm rose at a visible speed as well. Before he was forced into the Emperor's tomb by the sect master of the academy, he had just entered the perfected 1 realm, and his cultivation realm was only at the convergence perfected 1 realm. He merely condensed the black, earth and heaven essences into a perfected essence. But now, according to the speed of the advancement of this realm, there was a high chance that he would advance to the next realm in a short period of time. The celestial being perfected 1 realm, Su Zimo was pleasantly surprised. Although he still had many questions in his heart and did not know what was going on, this could be considered a blessing in disguise. Sigh. Right then, a sigh sounded from the side. It was a familiar voice. It was the voice he heard before he died. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. He was revived and noticed the changes in the Green Lotus true body. He was immersed in it and did not notice that there was someone standing not far away. Su Zimo stood up hurriedly from the huge pit and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a saintly middle-aged man in an ancient white robe. The middle-aged man looked at him as well. However, his expression was complicated and there was a hint of pity in his eyes. "Senior, are you Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight of the past?" Su Zimo hesitated slightly and probed. Before he fainted, when he heard that sigh, he recalled that the first time he entered the Emperor's tomb, there was a remnant thought of an immortal emperor left behind. The voice of that immortal emperor's remnant thought was the exact same as this voice. Under normal circumstances, Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight should have died many years ago. Therefore, Su Zimo was still unsure when he saw the middle-aged man before him. "That's me." The middle-aged man nodded slightly. When he heard the middle-aged man admit it, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat even though he was prepared. Thereafter, he leaped out of the pit and bowed to Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight. "Thank you for saving me, Senior." Chapter 2728, 2728 Secret of the Emperor's Tomb. 2728 Secret of the Emperor's Tomb. In Su Zimo's opinion, the Emperor's tomb appeared in time and devoured him. Including the changes in Green Lotus True, the reason why he could be saved and revived was definitely because of Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight. Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight was probably the only person who could possess such shocking methods as well. Looking at Su Zimo, who thanked him sincerely with a grateful expression, the pity in Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight's eyes intensified as he sighed internally. This young man might not have realized that he was going to die again. However, this time round, he would not have the chance to revive. Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight did not know what to say for a moment. That was because he knew that the truth was way too cruel to this young man who had just been reborn and was filled with joy. To be precise, I didn't save you. Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight shook his head gently. Su Zimo had a puzzled expression. There were only the two of them in the entire Emperor's tomb. Apart from Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight, who else could it be? Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight pointed to Su Zimo. You saved yourself. Senior, please do explain. Su Zimo cupped his fists once more. Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight said, You cultivated the Heaven Burial Sutra before. Yes. Su Zimo nodded. There was no need to hide this matter. However, do you know why the Heaven Burial Sutra is called a taboo mystic classic? Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight asked. Su Zimo recalled the Dharmic Tao of the Heaven Burial Sutra carefully and remembered an unforgettable experience in the Netherworld. Gradually, he revealed a look of realization. In the Netherworld, he once thought that the reason why the Heaven Burial Sutra could become a taboo mystic classic was because after a cultivator died, the Dharmic Tao did not dissipate and left an imprint on their soul. That way, the cultivator could awaken the memories of their previous lives even after their souls entered the Netherworld and the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was only at that moment that he understood. Even with his previous guess, he had underestimated the strength of the Heaven Burial Sutra. The Dharmic Tao left on his soul by the Heaven Burial Sutra was not for reincarnation at all, but for revival. It was for the sake of pulling his soul back into the world of the living from the Netherworld forcefully. When he saw that Su Zimo could comprehend the secret of the Heaven Burial Sutra so quickly, Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight nodded in satisfaction. But, how is that possible? Su Zimo felt that this still did not make sense. He frowned and asked, according to what I know, the Netherworld is an existence independent of the Trichiliocosm. There's a powerful laws barrier between the Netherworld and the medium Chiliocosm. It's very difficult to break through such a laws barrier. How could the Dharmic Tao of a single taboo mystic classic be enough to tear through the barrier of the Netherworld and drag my soul back here? The power of a taboo mystic classic is naturally insufficient. Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight pointed at his feet. Don't forget where we are. The Emperor's tomb. Su Zimo blurted out. Thereafter, he compared it to the Dharmic Tao of the Heaven Burial Sutra and gradually gained a realization. The Heaven Burial Sutra was able to break through the barrier between the medium Chiliocosm and the Netherworld and drag his soul back to the world of the living with the help of the burial intent in the Emperor's tomb. The immense power obtained from Green Lotus' true body came from the Emperor's tomb as well. Only this ancient Emperor's tomb could provide such immense power that allowed him to advance a realm from the Convergence Perfected One realm in a short period of time and almost reach the Celestial Being Perfected One realm. Su Zimo pondered for a moment before asking, Senior Dawn Twilight, pardon me for being rude. This tomb was formed because of you. Although many experts have been buried over the years, the power of the Emperor's tomb alone is not enough to break through the laws barrier of the two worlds, right? Su Zimo gradually understood the entire process. However, it seemed a little easy for the Heaven Burial Sutra to condense the power of the Emperor's tomb and break through the barrier between the medium Chiliocosm and the Netherworld. My tomb. Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight suddenly smiled strangely. The curse in this tomb was indeed caused by me, but this tomb is not mine. Su Zimo was stunned. If this Emperor's tomb was not the tomb of Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight, who else could it belong to? Whose tomb could have the power to penetrate the laws barrier of two worlds? Could it be the tomb of a great emperor? At the thought of that possibility, Su Zimo was shocked. Right then, Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight said indifferently, this tomb was originally the tomb of great Emperor Longevity. Indeed. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight said, it's not that simple to revive. Even if you cultivate the Heaven Burial Sutra, you won't get many chances. Since ancient times, how many people have been able to make use of the tombs of great emperors? Su Zimo nodded to himself. Initially, he thought that revival was possible just by cultivating the Heaven Burial Sutra. In that case, He would just impart the Dharmic Tao of the Heaven Burial Sutra to his family and friends so that they could live another life. However, from the looks of it, that thought was a little naive. It was easy for them to cultivate the Heaven Burial Sutra, but how could they find the tomb of a great emperor to appear at the moment of their deaths? According to what he knew, apart from the tomb of Great Emperor Longevity in front of him, there were only two others, the tomb of Great Emperor Heaven Burial in the Fiend Domain and the tomb of Great Emperor Infinite in Avicii. Suddenly, Suzumo's heart skipped a beat as though something important flashed through his mind. The tombs of Great Emperor Longevity, Great Emperor Heaven Burial and Great Emperor Infinite. Up till now, he had personally seen two experts who had died for many years but returned from the dead. One was Emperor Bo-Zun, who died hundreds of thousands of years ago. Emperor Bo-Zun revived in Avicii. However, in reality, that was the tomb of Great Emperor Infinite. The other was Fiend Emperor Apocalypse, who had died tens of millions of years ago. Fiend Emperor Apocalypse revived on the tomb of Great Emperor Heaven Burial. As for Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight before him, he had long died for many years but was revived in this generation as well. Furthermore, he woke up in the tomb of Great Emperor Longevity. The way Suzumo looked at Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight gradually changed. At the same time, some strange changes seemed to be happening to Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight. Initially, Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight looked at Suzumo with a hint of pity. His expression was gentle and he exuded a saintly aura. However, at that moment, Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight frowned with a dark expression, as though he had fallen into a strange state and was struggling continuously. There was an additional sinister aura on his body. If I'm not wrong, you've cultivated the Heaven Burial Sutra as well, senior? Suzumo took a deep breath of air and asked slowly. That's right. Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight's voice clearly became much colder. However, he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, as though he was still holding on to something. In that case, it was not only Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight. Even Emperor Bo-Zun and Fiend Emperor Apocalypse had cultivated the Heaven Burial Sutra. It was precisely because of this that the three of them could make use of the tomb of a great emperor to revive in this generation. Chapter 2729, 2729 Martial Tao Aura. 2729 Martial Tao Aura. Suzumo could not help but recall a catastrophe of the 10,000 races that Tao Lord Bloodfiend caused in Tianhuang mainland. At that time, Tao Lord Bloodfiend was extremely talented and relied on the help of Heavenly Wolf to create the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, wanting to turn all the 10,000 races into the Blood Race and unify Tianhuang. The Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra was so terrifying that even the Green Lotus True Body and Dragon Phoenix True Body could not escape its influence. Only monk Daming of the Buddhist monasteries could escape from the entanglement of the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra after sacrificing himself with Heavenly Fiend Dissolution. As a taboo mystic classic, the Heaven Burial Sutra was countless times more brilliant than the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Of course, the current situation was different from Tianhuang mainland. Although Suzumo cultivated the Heaven Burial Sutra, he did not discover any problems or hidden ailments in this taboo mystic classic. The martial Tao Prime Body had browsed through the Heaven Burial Sutra as well and did not discover anything unusual. But now, it was probably not a coincidence that Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight, Emperor Bo-Zun and Fiend Emperor Apocalypse revived at the same time in this generation. Back then, these three emperors were all top emperors who were renowned. What was the purpose of them reviving in this generation? The current situation of Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight was extremely similar to when Bo-Zun revived. It was as though they had fallen into some kind of struggle and their minds were extremely unstable. Initially, Suzumo thought that Emperor Bo-Zun's situation back then was caused by a conflict between his Buddhist and fiend cultivation. From the looks of it now, there should be another reason for the situations of both Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight and Emperor Bo-Zun. Right then, Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight took a deep breath and seemed to stabilize. He looked at Suzumo. There's something you might not have realized yet. Although you've just revived, the curse in this tomb is still present and the Master Betrayal curse on you has not been removed. In other words, you're plagued by two curses and you'll still die. However, even the Heaven Burial Sutra can't save you this time round. You will truly die. In reality, Suzimo was using the water from the hell-boundless springs to cleanse his essence spirit while he was conversing with Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight. Now, the curses in his green lotus essence spirit had already been removed and it had returned to normal. Suzimo channeled the hell-boundless springs and continued to cleanse the green lotus true body. As the two curses had already permeated every single inch of the green lotus true body's flesh, it would take some time to remove them completely. Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight seemed to have noticed the abnormality in Suzimo and was puzzled. He murmured softly, "You can actually remove the two curses in your body on your own?" With that said, Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight frowned, as though he had fallen into pain again. The aura on his body became extremely unstable. "Senior," Suzimo called out softly. He was a little nervous about this situation as well. Back when Emperor Bozun woke up, he pushed him straight into Greater Avicii. Suzimo did not know what Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight would do after he woke up. "My Dao title is Dawn Twilight because I specialize in the Dao of Time." Suddenly, Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight said, "Comprehend it carefully. My Dharmic Dao is all in the bell and drum." As soon as he finished speaking, Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight flicked his finger gently, as though he had struck an ancient bell. The sound of the bell was faint and endless. Then, Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight clasped his fingers and the sound of a drum sounded. It was low, heavy, and oppressive. Suzimo had experienced the dawn bell and twilight drum once in the secret ground of the Pure Magnificence Heaven. However, the Dharmic Dao inheritance back then had been sealed for many years. The impact was different from now when it was released by Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight personally. Amidst the continuous bell and deep drum sounds, Suzimo felt that he had gained new comprehensions in time. Not only did the Dharmic Dao of the dawn bell and twilight drum resonate with his fleeting moment, they gradually synthesize. Right then, the bell and drum sounds suddenly vanished. Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight's body was trembling violently as well as he said in a low voice, "Young man, there will be a chaos in the medium Kiliakasm. I advise you to escape as soon as possible and hide in the corners of the medium Kiliakasm. Don't get involved, or else." Although Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight was good advice for Suzimo, his tone had turned sinister. Suzimo's heart skipped a beat. Book Immortal Yunju had once mentioned to him that in the past era, there was a chaos that swept through the Trikiliakasm and affected all living beings of the 10,000 races. And now, he was hearing it from Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight again personally. Could the revival of the three emperors in this generation have something to do with this chaos? Could it be that the legendary Fiend Lord would appear in this generation as well? Who was the Fiend Lord and where did he come from? Go, hurry, and go. Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight's expression was dark. Suddenly, he waved his hand and urged Suzimo to leave. Suzimo surveyed his surroundings. Right now, he was in the Emperor's tomb. Given his methods, he could not tear through the void and leave. Suddenly, Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight attacked and tore the void beside Suzimo. A tremendous suction force pulled Suzimo into it. The next moment, Suzimo disappeared from the Emperor's tomb. The last thing he saw was that Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight had already stopped struggling and trembling. He had calmed down and raised his head, looking at him indifferently with a cold gaze. Suzimo could vaguely sense that Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight had already changed into another person at that moment. It was also because Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight had expected this that he passed down his Dao of Time and sent him out of the Emperor's tomb. Suzimo drifted along with the void currents in the spatial tunnel. He was in a daze and did not know where he was. Given his strength, he could not control where he landed at all. He could only passively wait for a spatial node and take the opportunity to escape. In other words, he did not know where he would end up in this vast upper world of the Trikiliakasm. In fact, if he was unlucky, he might even descend into the heavenly world again. After an unknown period of time, a Dharmic Dao fluctuation spread over from a spatial node in the spatial tunnel ahead. When Suzimo sensed the fluctuation of the Dharmic Dao, a look of surprise and strangeness flashed through his eyes. That was the aura of the martial Dao. He floated in the void and could actually sense the aura of the martial Tao in the vast upper world. Without hesitation, Su Zimo released all his strength through the spatial node and charged out of the spatial tunnel. Phew! His vision cleared up and countless stars floated around him. Su Zimo was in the starry skies of the upper world. The environment and aura here were extremely unfamiliar and should be far away from the heavenly world. He looked over. At the end of the starry skies ahead, he could vaguely see a gigantic mountain that towered into the clouds. It stood tall in the starry skies and emitted an extremely sharp edge. Even from thousands of kilometers away, Su Zimo could still sense the killing intent emitted by the mountain peak. Mottled sword marks could be clearly seen on the stars around him. Chapter 2730, 2730 Sword World. 2730 Sword World. What a powerful sword intent. Su Zimo nodded to himself. The mountain peak was more than 5,000 kilometers away and the sword intent emitted left sword marks on the ancient stars here. It was obvious that the stars around the mountain peak must have been sliced into dust by that powerful sword intent a long time ago. Could this be the sword world of the Trichilia chasm? Su Zimo murmured softly in deep thought. Recalling the martial Tao aura he sensed in the spatial tunnel previously, he thought of someone and a look of joy flashed across his face. His eldest disciple, Beiming Shui. Beiming Shui cultivated the martial Tao and her martial spirit was a sword. Beiming Shui's talent in the sword Tao could be said to be unprecedented. With the help of her sword-shaped martial spirit, her cultivation in the sword Tao advanced bravely and her combat strength was extremely strong. Yun Ting was a rare monster incarnate of the sword Tao. However, in Su Zimo's opinion, if they were of the same cultivation realm, the outcome of a fight between Yun Ting and Beiming Shui might be unknown. The most likely place for Beiming Shui to ascend to the upper world was not the heavenly world, but the sword world. If anyone in the sword world cultivated the martial Tao, the most likely person would be Beiming Shui. As Su Zimo's eldest disciple and the number one successor of the martial Tao, Su Zimo valued Beiming Shui immensely and the emotions he poured into her far exceeded others. Although the Tubu Kuan Peng, carefree, was his disciple as well, Su Zimo did not provide much guidance in terms of cultivation. Beiming Shui was the only one whom Su Zimo had stayed by her side for 3 years to impart the Tao personally, guiding her meticulously. In Tianhuang mainland, Beiming Shui did not disappoint and surpassed many experts. She caught up later on and attracted the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation to ascend to the upper world. However, it was unknown how far Beiming Shui had cultivated in the upper world. Su Zimo knew very well how cruel the cultivation environment of the upper world was and did not know what Beiming Shui had experienced after descending to the sword world. His imagination ran wild as he walked towards the tall mountain peak ahead. Before long, more than 10 sword lights suddenly appeared in front of him and sped in his direction at an astonishing speed, closing in the blink of an eye. Su Zimo stopped in his tracks and sized up everyone opposite him. There were a total of 15 people who came. They were either carrying long swords on their backs, hanging sharp swords at their waists or wielding long swords. Their eyes were sharp and the sword intent on their bodies was sharp. They were all sword cultivators. The 2 in the lead were a man and a woman. Their cultivation levels were at the perfected 1 realm and the rest were heaven immortals. The man had a slender figure, wide palms, sharp brows and starry eyes. He had an extraordinary bearing and was already at the celestial being perfected 1 realm. The woman was valiant and heroic. Her long hair was tied up and she was tall with an extraordinary appearance. Her cultivation realm was at the convergence perfected 1 realm. When the man and woman stood together, they looked like a match made in heaven and were rather pleasing to the eye. As Su Zimo sized up the other party, the 15 sword cultivators were also checking on Su Zimo. This green-robed cultivator looked a little strange. His cultivation realm was not low and he had already cultivated to the perfected 1 realm. However, there seemed to be a huge problem with his health as his face was withered and his aura was weak. Su Zimo's Green Lotus true body still retained a lot of the power of the Master Betrayal Curse and the Emperor's Tomb Curse. He was sent out of the Emperor's Tomb by Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight rather suddenly and had yet to remove the 2 curses in his body. Therefore, he did not seem to be in a good state. I'm Jian Chen. The leader cupped his fists towards Su Zimo and asked, Fellow Daoist, where are you from? How should I address you? Although it was their first time meeting, these sword cultivators were rather polite and were not arrogant or rude. Su Zimo returned the greeting and cupped his fists. I'm from the heavenly world and my surname is Su. He was in a new and unknown situation after all. Out of caution, Su Zimo did not reveal his full name. The perfected immortal sword cultivator called Jian Chen smiled. As though he could tell Su Zimo's reservations, he did not mind and asked, Fellow Daoist, why are you here this time round? Is the sword world ahead? Su Zimo asked. Yes. The woman nodded. Su Zimo said in a deep voice, It's nothing important. I just happened to pass by and wanted to pay a visit to the sword world. Right now, he was at the perfected immortal realm. As a perfected immortal, no matter which world it was, he was considered an expert. As such, it was not strange for him to say that. Visiting the sword world? The woman had a strange expression as though she had thought of something. The sword cultivators behind him revealed strange smiles as well. A spirit consciousness fluctuation appeared between them and they communicated in secret. Actually, Su Zimo's words caused a misunderstanding among the sword cultivators. They thought that Su Zimo was implying he was here to find people from the sword world to spar with for experience. Prior to this, there were also paragons and monster incarnates from other worlds who came to visit and spar with sword cultivators of the sword world. However, they returned in defeat. In the sword world, the strength of sword cultivators could be unleashed to the limits. If one did not cultivate the sword Dao and came to the sword world to spar, they would definitely be suppressed. Jian Chen smiled gently. Since you're a guest from the heavenly world, our sword world will naturally welcome you. However, Jian Chen paused for a moment and looked at Su Zimo. Fellow Daoist, your aura seems weak and you don't seem to be in a good state. It's fine. Su Zimo waved it off. I'm just slightly injured. I'll be fine after recuperating. The woman reminded kindly, Fellow Daoist Su, the sword chi in our sword world is strong and sharp. You're not a sword cultivator and your body is unwell. If you enter the sword world, you might not be able to withstand it. Oh! Su Zimo was slightly surprised. Jian Chen looked at Su Zimo and nodded as well. Fellow Daoist Su, if you're not in a hurry, you can look for a random star outside and rest for a while. It won't be too late to enter the sword world after you recover. Su Zimo knew his physical condition. As long as Hell Boundless Springs cleansed the Green Lotus true body completely, he would recover to his original state. He missed Beiming Shui and wanted to enter the sword world as soon as possible to investigate. At that thought, Su Zimo said, Thank you for your reminder, fellow Taoists. I'm fine. When the sword cultivators behind him heard that, they pouted. This person from the heavenly world is probably so stubborn because he thinks that we're looking down on him. All right, let him suffer a little. The few heaven immortal sword cultivators communicated with their spirit consciousnesses. Jian Chen and the woman exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. Jian Chen turned slightly. Fellow Daoist Su, please. Su Zimo stepped forward and followed behind Jian Chen and the perfected immortal woman, heading towards the tall mountain peak ahead. Fellow Daoist Su, how much do you know about our sword world? The woman glanced sideways and asked. I don't know much. Su Zimo coughed gently. In reality, he knew nothing about the sword world other than its name. The woman smiled. It's fine. Let me give you a simple introduction, fellow Daoist Su. Chapter 2731, 2731 Identity Known. 2731 Identity Known. Heaven and Earth Academy, Legacy Ground. In an elegant and simple cave abode, there was a fragrance. A beautiful woman closed her eyes and held a brush, drawing continuously on a piece of rice paper. On the woman's shoulder, a snow-white butterfly stood and flapped its wings gently, looking at the painting in front of the woman with disbelief in its eyes. Painting Immortal Mo Qing. Recently, she had been immersed in the painting and it lasted for nearly a month. She was focused and did not open her eyes to look. She did not even rest, afraid that she would interrupt the painting process. On the drawing paper, there was only a human figure. Before that, more than half of the painting had been completed. Apart from his blank face, the figure's posture, actions, and even his eyes that were burning with purple flames were already depicted. As for Mo Qing, she was using the fiend figure Dharmic Tao of the divine ghost Immortal fiend diagram to attempt to divine Desolate Marshall's true appearance and complete the painting. After a long time, Mo Qing gradually stopped writing and heaved a sigh of relief. The painting was finally completed. However, she still did not open her eyes. She was expectant, nervous, and filled with conflicting emotions. Painting continuously the past month had taken a huge toll on her mentally. Mo Qing closed her eyes and extended her slim finger, rubbing her glabella gently to relieve her mental and physical fatigue. "Little butterfly, why aren't you saying anything?" Mo Qing asked. The snow-white butterfly on her shoulder looked at the face on the painting in front of her and stammered, but did not say anything. Mo Qing smiled and teased, "Could it be as you guessed previously? Does Desolate Marshall have a green face and fangs such that you're shocked by his fierceness?" No matter what, she still felt relieved after completing this painting. "I'm indeed shocked," the ice butterfly muttered. "However, it's not because he looks too scary." "Oh, in that case, why?" Mo Qing asked. "See for yourself," the ice butterfly said. Upon hearing the ice butterfly's words, Mo Qing was even more curious. She took a deep breath and paused for a long time before mustering her courage. She opened her eyes and looked at the painting in front of her. Mo Qing was stunned on the spot. The person in this painting. She was all too familiar with him. Junior brother Su of the academy. How could this be? On the portrait, a man was dressed in a purple robe and stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were burning with flames and everything about him was the stance of Desolate Marshall. However, his face was that of Junior brother Su. Most importantly, Junior brother Su's face did not look out of place when matched with everything about Desolate Marshall. It was almost a perfect match, as though he was Desolate Marshall. Could it be that Su Zimo has a twin brother who looks especially similar? The ice butterfly asked softly. Mo Qing remained silent. Suddenly, she recalled the purple flames in Junior brother Su's eyes when he played chess with chess immortal Jun Yu in the room of Divine Firmament Palace. She recalled the various interactions between Junior brother Su and Desolate Marshall back in Avicii. She recalled Junior brother Su's strange attitude towards her. There was only one possibility. Mo Qing clenched her fists slightly as anger suddenly rose in her heart. She glared at the portrait in front of her angrily and reached out to tear the painting that she had spent countless effort on into pieces. "Junior brother Su, how dare you?" Mo Qing was furious and embarrassed as she grit her teeth secretly. "To think that I trusted you so much and asked you to hand the portrait to Desolate Marshall, but you were actually..." However, Mo Qing thought about it. This was Junior brother Su's secret after all. Once exposed, Junior brother Su's life might be in danger and he could not even stay in Heaven and Earth Academy. It was understandable for Junior brother Su not to tell her such a secret. Mo Qing thought about it again. "Even if you told me, would I leak the secret? Am I that untrustworthy to you?" After thinking about it, Mo Qing was still a little indignant and burned the piece of paper that she had just torn cleanly. "You're burning it just like that?" The ice butterfly seemed to feel that it was a pity. "Chemph," Mo Qing said, "what's there to see about this person? If you want to see him, you can see him every day." After saying that, Mo Qing tied it up briefly. "Let's go and look for him. Let's see how long he can continue acting for." Mo Qing left the cave abode and sped towards the inner sect of the academy. After not coming out of seclusion for more than a month, the atmosphere in the academy seemed strange. Mo Qing frowned slightly. Under normal circumstances, the academy would not have changed much even if she had been in seclusion for 10 years or 100 years. But now, something seemed to have happened in the academy. Mo Qing did not think too much about it and continued walking towards the inner sect of the academy. Before long, she arrived at Su Zimo's cave abode. The cave abode that was initially Suzimo's was already in ruins. It had collapsed and the surrounding spirit fields and medicinal gardens were long destroyed. What happened? Mo Qing frowned. Right then, an inner sect disciple of the academy passed by not far away. However, he circled around this place from afar, as though he was afraid of something. In the blink of an eye, Mo Qing arrived before the inner sect disciple and intercepted him. Ah! When the inner sect disciple saw Mo Qing, he was stunned for a moment before bowing hurriedly. Greetings, senior sister Mo Qing. Yes. Mo Qing pointed at the ruins not far away and asked, "What's going on?" The inner sect disciple glanced over and looked at Mo Qing. He could not help but recall the rumors circulating in the academy about senior sister Mo Qing and that person before this. With a strange expression, he probed, "Senior sister Mo Qing, you don't know yet? What happened?" Mo Qing asked indifferently. The inner sect disciple said, "That's the cave abode of the traitor of the academy. Naturally, we have to clean it up and abolish it as a warning to others." Nonsense. Mo Qing berated and frowned. That's Junior Brother Su's cave abode. Junior Brother Su is rank 1 of the Earth and Heaven rankings. How much glory has he brought to the academy? He condensed the 10th step of the Tao Heart Stairs and was accepted as an in-name disciple by the sect master. How can he be a traitor of the academy? The inner sect disciple pursed his lips and said disapprovingly, "No matter how much glory he has, it can't hide his betrayal of the academy and his master." What nonsense are you talking about? When Mo Qing saw that the inner sect disciple was framing Suzimo continuously, she was enraged and subconsciously released the might of a perfected immortal, enveloping this person with a cold gaze. The inner sect disciple shuddered and found it difficult to breathe. His face flushed red and he felt extremely uncomfortable. "Senior sister Mo Qing, please calm down." The inner sect disciple said with difficulty, "This matter has nothing to do with me. The sect master said it personally and everyone in the world knows about it. Senior sister Mo Qing, if you don't believe me, you can ask the sect master." When she heard that, Mo Qing felt uneasy and her face turned pale. After a moment of silence, Mo Qing released the person and grit her teeth. "I'll ask now. If you're lying, I'll definitely punish you severely by the academy's rules." Chapter 2732, 2732 Standoff. 2732 Standoff. Mo Qing left the inner sect of the academy and headed straight for the sect master of the academy's Heaven and Earth Palace. Along the way, she pondered deeply. Initially, she did not believe that. However, when she found out that Junior Brother Su was Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain, she could not help but link the two things together. Could it be that her master had discovered Junior Brother Su's identity as Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain? Was that why he ousted Junior Brother Su, because he wanted to protect the orthodox way of slaying demons and fiends? If not for that, there was really no need for Junior Brother Su to break off ties with the academy. Furthermore, her master's calculations were always flawless and he knew everything from past to present. There was a high chance that he could deduce Junior Brother Su's identity as Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain. However, where was Junior Brother Su now? How was he? If her master had attacked Junior Brother Su, could he survive? Mo Qing did not realize it herself. Even though she thought that Suzimo had already betrayed the academy, she was not hostile towards him at all. Instead, she was deeply worried. Before long, Mo Qing arrived in the depths of the legacy ground. An ancient and mysterious palace could be vaguely seen in the clouds ahead. Without hesitation, Mo Qing took a deep breath and declared loudly, "Master, I'm Mo Qing. Please allow me to meet you." Before long, a voice sounded from the palace. "Come in." The next moment, the clouds descended and condensed an arched bridge between Mo Qing and Heaven and Earth Palace. Mo Qing followed the arched bridge and entered Heaven and Earth Palace. The moment she stepped into the palace, Missouri Qing was stunned. Apart from the sect master of the academy sitting cross-D in the middle of Heaven and Earth Palace, there was also a one-armed man who emitted a faint rancid aura. The sharpness of this person was gone and his eyes were much dimmer. It was Sword Immortal Yuhua who was severely injured by Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain's eternal damnation at the Nine Firmament meet. Although Sword Immortal Yuhua was saved by the powerful methods of the Sect Master of the Academy, his injuries had yet to recover. Apart from the fact that his severed arm could not be regenerated, there were still many wounds on his body that could not heal. Rotten flesh kept growing, which was why he emitted a rancid aura. Although Sword Immortal Yuhua survived, he was like a broken sword. His will was despondent. Apart from Sword Immortal Yuhua, there was another man in the palace. He stood upright with a sword-like gaze and exuded a noble aura. It was another legacy disciple, junior brother Yang Ruoxu. At that moment, Sword Immortal Yuhua stood on the side of the Sect Master of the Academy with his hands by his side. As for Yang Ruoxu, he stood opposite the Sect Master of the Academy and the atmosphere was tense. When the Sect Master of the Academy saw Mo Qing arrive, he nodded slightly with a smile. Mo Qing, you're out of seclusion. You must be here for the matter of Su Zimo as well, right? Ruoxu came here for this matter as well. You came at the right time. If you have any questions, ask me and I'll answer them all. Mo Qing had a hesitant expression. Master, I just heard an inner sect disciple slander junior brother Su. He said that he betrayed the Academy and his master. That's not slander. Before Mo Qing could finish, Sword Immortal Yuhua interrupted. That's absolutely true. Mo Qing looked at the Sect Master of the Academy in confusion, wanting an answer. The Sect Master of the Academy did not say anything and merely nodded gently. Mo Qing's heart sank. At the side, Yang Ruoxu suddenly said, Sect Master, please forgive me for being rude. Yang Ruoxu was a legacy disciple, but he was not a personal disciple of the Sect Master of the Academy. That was why he still referred to the latter as Sect Master. Yang Ruoxu's expression was dark. Ever since junior brother Su entered the Academy, he saved his fellow sect mates in the trial of the 10,000-year meet. In fact, for the sake of his fellow sect mates, he went on a killing spree in the trial and killed a reincarnated perfected immortal. Later on, he obtained rank 1 on the Earth ranking. Thereafter, at the Divine Firmament meet, he was framed by senior brother Yuhua and the others. You were the one who protected him then, Sect Master. He did not let the Academy down and obtained rank 1 of the Heaven ranking later on. Junior brother Su condensed the 10th step on the Dao Heart stairs. It was an unprecedented achievement. Ever since junior brother Su joined the Academy, he has not let the Academy down or done anything to harm it. I don't understand how he could have betrayed the Academy. Yang Ruoxu's question was extremely direct and did not hide anything. One had to know that it took immense courage to ask such questions to the Sect Master of the Academy. At the very least, Mo Qing did not dare to ask so directly. Of course, those were also the same doubts in her heart. However, there was a high chance that junior brother Su would betray the Academy if the Sect Master of the Academy knew about his identity as Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain. How dare you? Sword Immortal Yuhua extended his single arm and pointed at Yang Ruoxu, saying fiercely, Yang Ruoxu, are you suspecting the Sect Master? I wouldn't dare. Yang Ruoxu shook his head gently. I'm just puzzled and want to ask for the truth. Sect Master, please enlighten me. Sword Immortal Yuhua was about to curse again when the Sect Master of the Academy waved his hand gently with a conflicted expression. He sighed gently. I feel extremely regretful about this as well. It's difficult to judge a book by its cover. I didn't expect this lad to be innately rebellious. He actually harbored killing intent towards me, committing the crime of betraying his master. The Sect Master of the Academy was not lying about that. Back then, Su Zimo had indeed wanted to kill him. Yang Ruoxu frowned. A hint of confusion flashed through Mo Qing's heart as well. From the looks of it, the Sect Master of the Academy should not know junior brother Su's identity as Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain. Otherwise, there was no need for the Sect Master of the Academy to hide this matter. However, if not for his identity as Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain, why would junior brother Su have a conflict with the Sect Master of the Academy? This did not make sense. Yang Ruoxu pondered for a moment before asking, Sect Master, Junior Brother Su's cultivation is only at the Heaven Immortal realm. Even if he obtains some huge opportunity and becomes a perfected immortal, the difference between him and you is worlds apart. I don't understand why Junior Brother Su would harbor killing intent towards you unless he wants to commit suicide. Before the sect master of the academy could speak, Sword Immortal Yuhua said coldly, Young Ruoksu, you've questioned the sect master of the academy time and time again. Don't tell me you want to betray the academy and betray your roots as well. Senior Brother Yuhua, this has nothing to do with you. Young Ruoksu glared at him. You don't have to scare me or pin those charges on me. Although his cultivation realm could not compare to Sword Immortal Yuhua, he was fearless against Sword Immortal Yuhua and the sect master of the academy with his righteousness. Young Ruoksu took a deep breath of air and glared at the sect master of the academy once more with a resolute gaze. Sect master, I've heard some rumors. It's said that Junior Brother Su's bloodline is the grade 12 creation Green Lotus. After he advanced to the perfected immortal realm, he attained greater mastery of the creation Green Lotus body. I heard that you attacked Junior Brother Su because you wanted the bloodline of the grade 12 creation Green Lotus, sect master. Junior Brother Su only betrayed the academy and his master because he was left with no other choice. After the sect master of the academy spread the news of Su Zimo betraying the sect and his master, Lin Zhon and Immortal Queen Ling Long spread the actual truth of the events as well. Su Zimo's Green Lotus true body was already buried in the Emperor's tomb. Naturally, Lin Zhon and Immortal Queen Ling Long did not wish for him to be defamed as well. The world would decide on its own as to who was in the right and who was in the wrong. When Mo Qing heard that, she shuddered. She did not believe that Junior Brother Su would betray the sect and his master for no reason. However, things might make sense if what young Ruoksu said was the truth. Chapter 2733, 2733 Whereabouts of Xiaoning. 2733 Whereabouts of Xiaoning. In the academy, due to the supreme might of the sect master of the academy, even if someone heard those rumors, no one dared to discuss it, let alone reveal them in front of the sect master of the academy. No one dared to question the sect master of the academy. Young Ruoksu was the only one. There were many disciples in the academy, but only young Ruoksu could cultivate the Righteousness Sutra to greater mastery. After young Ruoksu said that, Heaven and Earth Palace suddenly fell into a deathly silence. The atmosphere was solemn and suffocating, even filled with a murderous intent. Mo Qing glanced at young Ruoksu with a worried expression. There was a high chance that the sect master of the academy could cripple and expel him from the academy just because of what he just said. However, that would confirm the rumors even more. Young Ruoksu stood upright and looked at the sect master of the academy fixedly. His gaze was even a little rude, wanting to find an answer from the sect master's gaze and expression. Unfortunately, the sect master of the academy was silent. His eyes were calm when he heard his question. Nothing could be read from the sect master of the academy. Are you suspecting me? The sect master of the academy asked slowly with a calm gaze. I wouldn't dare. Although young Ruoksu said that he did not dare to, his tone did not show any weakness. He said in a deep voice, I just want the truth. Does the truth matter? Yes. The two of them looked at each other without backing down. The sect master of the academy smiled gently and waved his hand. Since you don't believe me, go and seek the answer yourself. Young Ruoksu looked at the sect master of the academy deeply. I'll definitely do that. Even though Junior Brother Su is dead, I have to uphold justice for him. With that said, young Ruoksu turned to leave. Mo Qing's expression changed. Although she already had a bad feeling, she was still shocked when she heard the news of Junior Brother Su's death. Master, is Junior Brother Su really? Mo Qing's voice trembled. Sword Immortal Yuhua frowned. Junior sister, why are you still referring to him as Junior Brother Su? He's just a bastard who betrayed his master and roots. Karma came for that bastard and he was devoured by the Emperor's tomb, buried within. Mo Qing's figure swayed slightly. I understand. A moment later, Mo Qing lowered her head and said. She turned to leave Heaven and Earth Palace and walked towards her cave abode in a daze. Heaven and Earth Palace. After young Ruoxu and Moqing left, Sword Immortal Yuhua asked the sect master of the academy, "Master, young Ruoxu spoke rudely to you earlier on. Why didn't you kill him? At the very least, according to the sect rules, you could have crippled and expelled him from the academy. He's just a naive ant." The sect master of the academy said indifferently, "Su Zimo died in the emperor's tomb and there's no evidence. He wants to find the truth. How can there be truth in the world? As long as I wield enough power, wouldn't the truth just be anything I want it to be? I let him stay in the academy to let him know that everything he obtained was given by me. Since I can give it to him, I can take it all back as well." Sword Immortal Yuhua understood. "I understand. Yes." The sect master of the academy nodded slightly and praised, "How obedient. Green Firmament Immortal Domain, Battle Kingdom." Lin Zhon and Immortal Queen Ling Long sat in the main hall with faint worry on their faces. The matter of Su Zimo betraying Heaven and Earth Academy and dying in the Emperor's tomb was still brewing in the Nine Firmament Immortal Domain. Although they spread the truth of the matter outside, it did not cause much of a stir. Immortal King Qingyang, King Jin, and the others who were involved naturally would not admit to this. Instead, they declared at the same time that Su Zimo was a traitor of the academy. That way, they had sufficient reason to fight against Lin Zhon when they descended upon the Battle Kingdom previously. Su Zimo came from the lower worlds and had no backing in the Nine Firmament Immortal Domain at all. As time passed, most cultivators were still inclined to believe in Heaven and Earth Academy. Suddenly, Lin Zhon asked, "There's still no movement from the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain?" "I'm not sure." Immortal Queen Ling Long shook her head gently. "Logically speaking, the news I sent out has already reached Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament. Could it be that Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament doesn't intend to pursue this matter?" Lin Zhon frowned. Immortal Queen Ling Long shook her head. "It doesn't make sense. The Grand Pure Jade Manual is of great importance and is one of the taboo mystic classics. Furthermore, his son was even killed by the sect master of the academy. He shouldn't let the matter rest." Although that was the case, there was no movement in the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain in the end. Zixien Immortal Kingdom, Library. When the news of Su Zimo betraying Heaven and Earth Academy and dying in the Emperor's tomb spread, Liu Ping finally realized why Su Zimo arranged for him and Dao Yaro to come to the Zixien Immortal Kingdom back then. This was to protect the two of them. Liu Ping was furious about that. He had followed Su Zimo for an extremely long time and believed that there was definitely no way he would betray the academy and his master. There had to be a reason behind it. On the other hand, Dao Yaro seemed relatively calm. That was because he knew that even if the Green Lotus true body died, Su Zimo still had a martial Dao prime body who could kill his way back to the heavenly world in the future. Yunju calmed down quickly as well. She also knew of the existence of the martial Dao prime body and believed that one day, Su Zimo would make a comeback and descend on the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. On this day, she received a message from a trusted aide. When she saw that news, Yunju had a conflicted expression and sighed gently. Prior to this, Su Zimo had asked her for a favor. He wanted to find the whereabouts of a cultivator named Su Xiaoning. The news stated that Su Xiaoning's whereabouts had been found in the Elixir Firmament Immortal Domain. Unfortunately, Su Zimo was already dead. As for Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain, she could not contact him. After pondering for a moment, Yunju wrote a message and sent it back. She did not mention much inside other than for the person to take care of Su Xiaoning secretly and not show his face for the time being. Su Xiaoning had already settled down in the Elixir Firmament Immortal Domain and Yunju had no reason to bring her over to the Zixien Immortal Kingdom. Furthermore, to Su Xiaoning, the Elixir Firmament Immortal Domain was more suitable for her cultivation. After pondering for a long time, Yunju took out another messenger talisman and wrote something. "Little brother, after you left, something major happened in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. Su Zimo's creation Green Lotus bloodline was exposed and he was surrounded and killed by the sect master of the academy and the others. In the end, he was forced into the Emperor's tomb and buried there. Since you've already settled down there, cultivate in peace and strive to return as soon as possible. Everything will be fine for us. Don't worry." Thereafter, Yunju sent out the messenger talisman and vanished in the blink of an eye. Although Yun Ting and Su Zimo had fought twice before, Yunju knew that the two of them appreciated each other. In Yun Ting's heart, he had always regarded Su Zimo as his greatest rival and not an enemy. In Yunju's opinion, this news should be told to Yun Ting. Chapter 2734, 2734 8 Sword Peaks. 2734 8 Sword Peaks. Sword World. Su Zimo followed Jian Chen and the other sword cultivators towards the gigantic mountain peak ahead. Before long, they arrived. From afar, one could only see this mountain peak. In reality, this place was an endless continent. On this land stood a mountain that emitted endless sharpness that pierced through the starry skies. Fellow Daoist Su. Jian Chen said, in our sword world, there's a saying that there are 8 sword peaks. The mountain you're looking at now is one of the 8 sword peaks, Carnage Sword Peak. Every single sword peak is the core of a sword continent. Su Zimo nodded to himself. In other words, there were 8 gigantic sword continents connected to each other in this starry skies, forming the current sword world. Please follow me. Jian Chen's figure rose continuously and Su Zimo followed closely behind. Before long, the two of them arrived at the top of the starry skies. From this angle, they could look down on everything in the sword world. In Su Zimo's vision, he could see 8 gigantic continents connected at the edge of the starry skies. On every piece of continent stood a mountain peak similar to Carnage Sword Peak. However, the shape of every mountain peak was different and the sword chi and sword intent emitted were also different. Su Zimo was too far away from the other mountain peaks and could not sense them clearly. In the middle of the 8 sword continents, there was an even larger piece of land with tens of thousands of mountain peaks standing on it, piercing the continent like gigantic swords. That's Myriad Sword Palace. Jian Chen pointed at the land surrounded by the 8 sword peaks. That's also the core region of our sword world. Outside cultivators can't enter. I'm sorry. Su Zimo nodded slightly in understanding. In his vision, he could vaguely sense a mysterious and powerful formation between the 8 sword peaks and Myriad Sword Palace. Once a particular sword peak was attacked, the sword formation would be triggered immediately and circulate, releasing a powerful counterattack. Fellow Daoist Su, how do you feel? The perfected immortal woman at the side could not help but ask. What? Su Zimo was slightly stunned and did not understand the woman's words. The woman had a strange expression as she sized up Su Zimo once more and asked, Fellow Daoist Su, are you feeling any discomfort? Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. In reality, the closer they were to the sword peak, the sharper the surrounding sword chi. There was also a universal object similar to the builder tree in the sword world that could gather heaven and earth essence chi in large quantities. However, the heaven and earth essence chi of the sword world was extremely special. That was because every single sword peak contained an extremely powerful sword intent sealed with an incomparably powerful dharmic Tao. Therefore, the heaven and earth essence chi gathered in the sword world transformed into extremely sharp sword chi after the baptism of the 8 peaks. When ordinary cultivators arrived here, they would naturally feel uncomfortable against the sharp heaven and earth essence chi. However, this heaven and earth essence chi was most suitable for sword cultivators to cultivate. If ordinary cultivators absorbed such sharp heaven and earth essence chi, their bodies and bloodlines would not be able to withstand it and they would probably suffer from chi deviation. That was also the reason why the female sword cultivator was worried. When she saw Su Zimo's pale face and weak aura, she thought that he would not be able to withstand the heaven and earth essence chi of the sword world. However, not only did Su Zimo look normal, even the color of his face was recovering. To the Green Lotus true body, this sharp heaven and earth essence chi was no different from ordinary heaven and earth essence chi. The Green Lotus bloodline could devour and refine everything. Fellow Daoist, this way please. When Jian Chen saw that Su Zimo was fine, he was secretly surprised. Thereafter, he brought Su Zimo to Carnage Sword Continent. On this continent, Su Zimo followed everyone forward. Sword cultivators strode everywhere with sharp gazes. When the sword cultivators saw Su Zimo, they revealed curious expressions as well. Su Zimo pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "Fellow Daoist Jian Chen, does all the dharmic formulations cultivated in the sword world belong to the immortal Dao?" The reason why Su Zimo asked that was because he wanted to find out Beiming Shue's whereabouts. However, he did not know Beiming Shue's situation in the sword world and was worried that it would backfire if he probed rashly. Jian Chen said, "Of course, it's not just the immortal Dao. In reality, the 8 sword peaks of the sword world represent 8 different sword Daos. There are cultivation techniques of the immortal Dao and fiend Dao. For example, there's a fiend sword peak among the 8 sword peaks. There's also Zen sword peak, another of the 8 sword peaks that cultivates the sword Dao of the Buddhist monasteries." The woman thought that Su Zimo was worried and smiled. "In our sword world, there's no such thing as immortals, fiends, or Buddhas. Be it immortals, Buddhas, or fiends, they merely cultivate the sword Dao in the end. Apart from immortals, Buddhas, and fiends, are there no other dharmic formulations?" Su Zimo asked once more. "Other dharmic formulations?" Jian Chen frowned and shook his head. "No. Typically, only human cultivators cultivate the sword Dao. As for the dharmic formulations of the human race, there are only immortals, Buddhas, and fiends." Right then, the woman's heart skipped a beat and she opened her mouth slightly, wanting to say something but hesitated. Sensing the change in the woman's expression, Su Zimo smiled and asked, "Fellow Daoist, what did you want to say earlier on?" The woman hesitated for a moment. "Apart from immortals, Buddhists, and fiends, there's another dharmic formulation." When Jian Chen heard that, he revealed a look of enlightenment and could not help but laugh. "Are you referring to that martial Dao? It's only an incomplete dharmic formulation and is not of any use at all. How can it be compared to the dharmic Daos of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sects?" The woman said, "Although that's the case, junior sister Beiming's cultivation has indeed increased rapidly with the martial Dao. She's also the strongest among the ordinary disciples." "What's the use of that?" Jian Chen shook his head. "Junior sister Beiming's upper limit is only the peak of the heaven immortal realm. She's so stubborn and has always cultivated the martial Dao. She has no hope of condensing a Dao fruit in her life and entering the perfected one realm to become a legacy disciple of the sword world." Sigh. At the mention of that, Jian Chen sighed gently. "It's a pity for junior sister Beiming's talent in the sword Dao." "That's right." The woman said regretfully as well. Even the peak master said that junior sister Beiming is the most talented sword Dao cultivator he's ever seen. "That's not all." Jian Chen said, "I heard that the 8 peak masters once persuaded her to give up on the martial Dao and cultivate from scratch. As long as she's willing to restart her cultivation, her future achievements would be limitless and she could join any of the 8 sword peak. However, she insisted on that lousy martial Dao and refused to give up. That martial Dao doesn't even have a follow-up dharmic formulation. I wonder what she's still persevering for." The woman said, "I heard that it has something to do with junior sister Beiming's former master." "Bullshit." Jian Chen curled his lips. "Junior sister Beiming came from the lower worlds. How incredible can her master be? He's probably even weaker than her right now." Chapter 2735, 2735 Martial Dao Inheritance. 2735 Martial Dao Inheritance. The woman nodded as well. "That's true. Ever since junior sister Beiming ascended, the peak master has placed great importance on her and poured in a lot of effort. The supply of various cultivation resources has never stopped. If not for that, junior sister Beiming's cultivation would not have advanced so quickly. It's almost unprecedented in the sword world. Although junior sister Beiming's master ascended to the upper world, it's unknown if he could have survived in the cruel cultivation environment of the upper world, not to mention catching up in cultivation realm." When he heard that, Su Zimo smiled. The woman was right. Ever since he ascended, he had narrowly escaped death several times. His soul had entered the netherworld and circled around the Death's Door and Yellow Springs Road. Su Zimo did not care about their contempt. What made him feel gratified was Beiming Shue's situation in the sword world. From the conversation between the 2 perfected immortals, He could roughly tell that Beiming Shui was doing well in the sword world and had a high status. The two perfected immortals surpassed Beiming Shui in terms of cultivation realm. However, the two of them did not look down on Beiming Shui at all. Instead, they felt pity for her. Ever since he ascended, Su Zimo had met a few old friends of Tianhuang mainland. Be it the Thunder Monarch and Human Monarch of the past or Demonist Ji, Yang Beichen and the others of his generation, they had experienced unimaginable suffering in the upper world. Even he was forced to leave the heavenly world. And now, Su Zimo finally heard of an old friend from Tianhuang mainland who not only did not encounter any injustice or suffering when she ascended, she was even valued by experts of the upper world. Su Zimo was happy for Beiming Shui as well. Su Zimo asked, "From what the two of you said, the sword world doesn't seem to look down on people who ascend from the lower worlds." "Of course." The woman said, "Be it those who ascend from the lower worlds or those from the upper world, as long as they're in the sword world, we'll treat them equally. In the sword world, what we value is the talent and diligence of every sword cultivator regardless of their backgrounds." Jian Chen looked at Su Zimo and said with a fake smile, "That's different from the heavenly world you're in, fellow Daoist. I heard that you heavenly world people are not very friendly to people who ascend from the lower worlds." Su Zimo shook his head. "I'm not from the heavenly world. I ascended from the lower worlds and descended into the heavenly world." "Oh." Jian Chen and the other sword cultivators revealed surprised expressions. Jian Chen cupped his fists once more and said seriously, "Fellow Daoist Su, I didn't expect you to come from the lower worlds as well. It's truly rare for you to cultivate to the perfected one realm in an environment like the heavenly world." Even after hearing his background, Jian Chen and the sword cultivators did not look down on him at all. Su Zimo had a good impression of Jian Chen and the others and felt a sense of respect for the sword world as well. "Right." Suddenly, Su Zimo asked, "I have some understanding of the martial Dao that you guys were discussing earlier on. I wonder if you can bring me to take a look at that sword cultivator who cultivates the martial Dao? Fellow Daoist Su, you've also heard of the martial Dao?" Jian Chen was a little surprised. Su Zimo smiled and nodded. The woman said, "Actually, this martial Dao is not completely useless. I heard from junior sister Beiming that her master established the martial Dao so that all living beings of the lower worlds can cultivate and become immortals. This is admirable and possesses great merit. However, in the upper world, the martial Dao became inferior due to the difference in dharmic Dao levels. It's an incomplete dharmic formulation after all and its achievements are limited." Su Zimo smiled without saying anything or arguing. "All right, I'll bring you to meet junior sister Beiming first. At this time, she should be cultivating near the sword cleansing pool." Jian Chen teased, "The two of you have heard of the martial Dao and are from the lower worlds. Who knows, you might even know each other." Of course, Jian Chen was just saying it casually. After all, there were billions of lower worlds like the sand of the Ganges River. How could there be such a coincidence that two people who ascended would know each other? Everyone changed their direction and headed in another direction. Along the way, Jian Chen and the woman called Chu Xian even introduced the situation of the sword world to Su Zimo. Su Zimo also recounted some of the local customs of the heavenly world and the sects and factions. The distance between the sword world and the heavenly world was too far. Jian Chen and the others had never been to the heavenly world and only had a rough understanding of it. This was the first time Jian Chen and the others had heard of many things and they were extremely curious. There were many similarities and differences between the heavenly world and the sword world. For example, there were only two types of distinction between disciples in the sword world: ordinary disciples and legacy disciples. All the sword cultivators of the black, earth and heaven essence realms were ordinary disciples. Only after entering the perfected one realm and condensing a Dao fruit would one be considered a legacy disciple of the sword world and have a chance of heading to Myriad Sword Palace to cultivate an even better sword Dao secret skill. At the top of Carnage Sword Peak, sword chi was condensed to the extreme and materialized, forming a sword chi waterfall that flowed down. With that, a gigantic pool was formed at the foot of Carnage Sword Peak. In the sword cleansing pool, the sword chi was the sharpest. Furthermore, It contained the Carnage Sword intent of Carnage Sword Peak and could help sword cultivators temper and nurture their divine swords. Generally speaking, the power of the divine sword that cultivators carried with them would increase greatly after a baptism in the sword cleansing pool. Before long, everyone arrived at Carnage Sword Peak. From afar, fog rose from the towering peak of Carnage Sword Peak and a gigantic waterfall descended, emitting an incomparably violent sword chi with boiling killing intent. The sword chi descended from the skies and landed on the ground, emitting a series of shocking booms. Jian Chen said, "Fellow Daoist Su, the sword chi ahead is too strong and the killing intent is extremely intense. Why don't we stand here and I'll send someone to call junior sister Beiming over?" At that moment, Su Zimo had a strange expression as he sensed the sword intent emitted by Carnage Sword Peak. This sword intent was extremely similar to the three great sword arts he cultivated. To him, this killing intent was extremely familiar and was nothing at all. "It's fine, I'll go take a look." Su Zimo gave a faint smile. Jian Chen hesitated for a moment before nodding. Chu Xian said, "Actually, cultivators usually cleanse their weapons at the sword cleansing pool. Only junior sister Beiming chose to cultivate here, saying that it's for the martial Dao. The sword chi here is violent and the killing intent is way too strong. After cultivators absorb it, it's extremely harmful to their bodies and won't do them any good." Su Zimo nodded to himself. He had indeed not misjudged her. Beiming Shui was the most suitable person to cultivate and inherit the martial Dao. She was not like the martial Dao prime body who had the chance to read many high-grade cultivation techniques and smelt countless sutras and secret skills to comprehend and deduce the dharmic formulations of the martial Dao. However, she did not go astray on the path of the martial Dao. The foundation of the martial Dao was the body. Only such a cultivation environment could purify and refine a powerful physique and bloodline. Chapter 2736, 2736 Master. 2736 Master. As everyone approached, they could see that many sword cultivators were gathered beside the sword cleansing pool. Most of them were baptizing and tempering their divine swords. There was only a young woman sitting cross-D on the limestone beside the sword cleansing pool. She placed a sword across her knees and was cultivating with her eyes closed. Although they had not seen each other for many years, Su Zimo recognized at a glance that the woman was Beiming Shui. Compared to the lower worlds, Beiming Shui was even prettier now and had an additional aura of iciness. Be it her looks or bearing, she was not inferior to the four great fairies. Beside Beiming Shui stood a tall man in a white robe. He was spotless and his long hair fluttered with an extraordinary aura. The man placed one hand behind his back and leaned over slightly, as though he was trying to persuade Beiming Shui. However, it could not be heard clearly under the roar of the sword chi waterfall. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness swept past Beiming Shui and he nodded to himself with a look of approval. Apart from him, Beiming Shui was the fastest cultivator among the people of Tianhuang mainland who had ascended in this generation. At that moment, Beiming Shui had already cultivated to the level 9 Fate Ring realm. As long as Su Zimo imparted the secret skill profundities of the martial Dao dharmic formulation to Beiming Shui, she would have a chance to advance to the true martial realm and condense the true martial Dao body. The Green Lotus true body had obtained so many opportunities and fortuitous encounters. Even so, he had only cultivated to the Convergence Perfected One realm right now and was about to break through to the Celestial Being realm. As for Beiming Shui, her cultivation realm was not much lower than his. From the looks of it, Jian Chen and the others were not exaggerating at all. Beiming Shui must have received a lot of attention in the sword world. Countless cultivation resources were accumulated alongside fortuitous encounters, and her talent allowed her to reach this step. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness swept past the man beside Beiming Shui. Paradise Void Perfected One realm. The Perfected One realm was divided into Convergence, Celestial Being, Hollow Nether and Paradise Void. This man had already cultivated to the peak of the Perfected One realm and was on the same level as Sword Immortal Yu Hua, Chess Immortal Yun Zhu and the others. The man seemed to have sensed something and turned to look in Su Zimo's direction. Sword light flashed through his eyes. He's an expert. Su Zimo thought to himself. The sharpness of that person's body was restrained. It was clear that he had already cultivated the sword Dao to a simple and ingenious realm. The sword light in his eyes was flickering with a hidden sharpness, and he could release a powerful attack at any moment. Su Zimo had just entered the perfected one realm and had yet to fight against perfected immortal experts. However, the martial Dao Prime body had fought many perfected immortal experts before, and he was no stranger to the depths of them. A look of reverence flashed across Jian Chen's face. "This is our eldest senior brother of Carnage Sword Peak, Wang Dong. He's also the number 1 sword immortal of Carnage Sword Peak. Greetings, senior brother." Jian Chen and the others greeted him and bowed in unison. Wang Dong nodded slightly and cupped his hands. He smiled and said, "So it's junior brother Jian Chen and junior sister Chu Xian. There's no need to be so polite." Beiming Shui was still sitting on the limestone and cultivating with her eyes closed, as though she was deaf to everything in the outside world and had no intention of getting up. "This is..." Wang Dong's gaze shifted to Su Zimo and he asked. Jian Chen said hurriedly, "This is fellow Daoist Su from the heavenly world. He came to visit the sword world, so I'm bringing him around." Beiming Shui's heart skipped a beat when she heard the words fellow Daoist Su. However, on second thought, she thought, how is that possible? There are too many cultivators with the surname Su in the world. How can there be such a coincidence? I'm the one acting abnormally. Sigh, there's been no news of Master all these years. I wonder where he landed after ascending to the upper world. How is he now? Although Beiming Shui's eyes were still closed, she was distracted by the words fellow Daoist Su and could not continue cultivating. "Welcome, fellow Daoist from the heavenly world." Wang Dong smiled gently. Most sword cultivators of the sword world are belligerent. "Fellow Daoist Su, if you want to spar, you're welcome anytime." Su Zimo smiled and nodded. Chu Xian looked at Wang Dong with an obvious gaze of admiration and asked gently, "Senior brother Wang, what are you doing here?" Wang Dong shook his head gently and looked at Beiming Shui beside him with a helpless expression. "I came here to look for junior sister Beiming because I wanted to persuade her to give up on the martial Dao. As long as she's willing to give up on the martial Dao, her future achievements will be limitless even if she cultivates from scratch." Jian Chen probed, "From the looks of it, you've failed again, senior brother Wang?" Sigh. Wang Dong sighed and smiled bitterly. "Junior sister Beiming is still too stubborn. I can't persuade her no matter what. I really don't understand. It's just a mere martial Dao. What's there to persevere about?" "That's right." Jian Chen added, "The martial Dao is incomplete and junior sister Beiming can't see any hope even if she continues cultivating." "What's the point?" Wang Dong said, "Actually, even if the martial Dao has a perfect dharmic formulation, I don't recommend cultivating the martial Dao. The dharmic Dao of the martial Dao was created by a cultivator of the lower worlds and its future accomplishments will be limited. There's no way it can compare to dharmic formulations like the Immortal, Buddha and Fiend Daos that have been passed down through the ages." Suddenly, Beiming Shui said, "However, in the sword world, no heaven immortal sword cultivator who cultivates the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend Daos can defeat the sword in my hand." At the mention of that, Wang Dong, Jian Chen and the others paused for a moment, speechless. After a moment of silence, Wang Dong said, "Although that's the case, your cultivation realm can only stop at the heaven immortal realm. What future do you have? You cultivate the martial Dao and can never ever condense a Dao fruit. As such, you'll never be able to defeat perfected immortals with condensed Dao fruits." "That's a fact." "Not necessarily." Right then, Su Zimo, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly spoke. When they heard that, Wang Dong, Jian Chen, Chu Xian and the others frowned. Beiming Shui shuddered and suddenly opened her eyes with disbelief in her beautiful eyes. This voice. Before Wang Dong and the others could react, Beiming Shui suddenly stood up and turned towards the voice, meeting Su Zimo's gaze. Beiming Shui clenched her fists instinctively with an excited expression. Her vision was blurry and the person before her seemed to have become surreal. Wang Dong and the others looked at Beiming Shui in shock. They had never seen such a huge emotional fluctuation from Beiming Shui. Beiming Shui had a calm expression in the sword world the entire time. She cultivated the sword Dao and her relationship with anyone was casual and brief. To think that she would become so emotional at the sight of fellow Daoist Su from the heavenly world. Is this real? Beiming Shui could not believe it for a moment. She rubbed her reddened eyes and focused her gaze once more. The green-robed man with refined features not far away looked back at her with a faint smile on his face. Instantly, Beiming Shui slipped into her memories. It was as though she had returned to the past when she had first met this man. "Master," she called out carefully. "It's me." Su Zimo nodded. Chapter 2737, 2737 Dao Discussion. 2737 Dao Discussion. When she heard that answer, Beiming Shui was truly convinced that the scene before her was not an illusion. Right in front of Wang Dong and the others, Beiming Shui leaped down from the limestone and sprinted towards Su Zimo, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. The two of them were too close and Su Zimo was slightly stunned. Beiming Shui blushed slightly, seemingly realized that this might look a little inappropriate. Beiming Shui took a deep breath of air and suppressed her excitement. She took 2 steps back and bowed respectfully to Su Zimo. "Greetings, Master." Wang Dong, Jian Chen and the other sword cultivators were dumbfounded. All of them witnessed the excitement and joy in Beiming Shui's reddened eyes as well as the restraint she exercised later on. They could not understand at all. Why would the calm Beiming Shui reveal such intense emotions when she saw this man? Even if this person was Beiming Shui's master, there was no need for her to behave as such, right? Actually, in Beiming Shui's heart, Su Zimo was not only her master who imparted the Dao to her. Su Zimo was more like her family. The path of cultivation was long. As her cultivation realm increased continuously, she grew further and further away from her old friends. Her younger brother had been in Tianhuang mainland the entire time and could not ascend. After Beiming Shui ascended, she descended into the sword world. Although she was valued by the sword world and was taken care of by many senior brothers and sisters, she had always been alone in her heart. She was focused on the sword Dao and was already used to the loneliness. However, occasionally, in the quiet and deserted night, she would recall her time in Beiming town in Tianhuang mainland. It had only been 3 years, but it was the most unforgettable memory she had ever had since she started cultivating. In the thousands of years in the sword world, she often recalled that period of cultivation and missed the person back then. It was only at this moment that she felt some warmth and no longer felt lonely. That was the reason why she was so agitated and even lost her composure when she saw the person in her memories. Wang Dong, Jian Chen, and the others gradually reacted and the way they looked at Su Zimo changed. Although Wang Dong did not have any hostility towards Su Zimo, there was a hint of scrutiny in his gaze. Jian Chen, Chu Xian, and the others looked awkward. Earlier on, they were discussing Beiming Shui's master in front of Su Zimo. To think that the main character was right beside them. So fellow Daoist Su is junior sister Beiming's master in the lower worlds. "I've heard a lot about you." Wang Dong smiled and cupped his fists towards Su Zimo. Thereafter, he changed the topic. "Fellow Daoist Su, you seem to have some complaints about my words earlier on and don't agree?" Wang Dong still remembered this. He had just persuaded Beiming Shui to continue cultivating the martial Dao. If she could not condense a Dao fruit, she would never be able to defeat perfected immortals who condensed Dao fruits. A sharp glint appeared in Wang Dong's eyes and he subconsciously exuded a dignified aura. He asked, "Fellow Daoist Su, do you think that cultivators without Dao fruits can defeat perfected immortals who condense and produce Dao fruits?" He wants to discuss the Dao with me. Su Zimo thought to himself. In reality, with his current knowledge, even immortal kings might not be able to compare to him in terms of dharmic Dao insights, let alone the few perfected immortals before him. Over the years, the two true bodies had read a few taboo mystic classic and countless sutras and secret skills. The martial Dao prime body established the martial Dao and the martial domain realm, even traveling into the hell world and the netherworld. Those experiences and memories allowed Su Zimo's comprehension of the dharmic Dao to far surpass his peers. To the living beings of the 10,000 races of the upper world, Wang Dong was indeed right. This was almost irrefutable common sense. It was not only the dharmic Taos of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects. For dharmic Taos of other races, almost all of them could condense Tao fruits. It was just that their titles were different. Even in the Hell world, some nether generals would condense nether crystals. The Tao fruit gathered the essence and profundities of the dharmic Tao. Once the Tao fruit was condensed, one would obtain a qualitative transformation. However, the martial Tao was different from these dharmic Taos. From the beginning, the martial Tao viewed the body as the greatest treasure and continuously developed its potential, tempering the body and bloodline. That was why at the true martial realm, martial Tao practitioners would forge the true martial Tao body and fuse their dharmic Tao into their bodies and bloodlines. That was comparable to the Tao fruits of perfected one-realm living beings. Su Zimo said indifferently, if you cultivate the martial Tao, you can defeat perfected immortals at the perfected one realm even if you don't condense a Tao fruit. Fu. Wang Dong, Jian Chen, and the other sword cultivators shook their heads and could not help but chuckle. Su Zimo's words sounded way too ridiculous to everyone, it was simply nonsense. If not for the fact that Su Zimo was a guest and Beiming Shue's master, Jian Chen and the others would have mocked him long ago. Wang Dong said in a deep voice, "Fellow Daoist, you're wrong. There are thousands of dharmic formulations for the living beings of the 10,000 races. However, they all have to condense Tao fruits to attain the great Tao." That's right. The other sword cultivators agreed one after another and looked at Su Zimo with disdain. Wang Dong shook his head slightly. Junior sister Beiming's master was rather mediocre in his dharmic Tao insights. If junior sister Beiming cultivated with him in the future, how could she stand out? Wang Dong looked at Su Zimo deeply and said earnestly, "Fellow Daoist, your cultivation realm is limited and you might not be able to see the future clearly. Actually, the Tao fruit is only the foundation of the great Tao of cultivation. After the perfected one realm is the grotto heaven realm. If I don't condense the Tao fruit, how can I nurture a grotto heaven in the future and become an immortal king?" When he said that, the sword cultivators immediately felt enlightened. How could a grotto heaven be condensed without a Tao fruit? When he heard that, Jian Chen could not help but clap and praise. From another perspective, those words confirmed the necessity and importance of condensing a Tao fruit. Chu Xian was even more enamored towards Wang Dong. Only senior brother Wang could casually explain dharmic Tao insights with such ease. Actually, the reason why Wang Dong was so patient and discussed the Tao with Su Zimo was because he wanted the latter to back off in the face of difficulties. If even Su Zimo gave up on the martial Tao, there was naturally no need for Beiming Shui to persist. However, Su Zimo's expression was calm after hearing his opinion. He was not shocked at all, nor did he look enlightened. Su Zimo was about to speak when Beiming Shui, who was at the side, was already impatient. She had just reunited with Su Zimo and had countless things she wanted to confide in him. All she wanted was to find a place where no one would disturb her and chat with Su Zimo. To think that these sword cultivators would be so tactless and spoke incessantly. Their endless talking was as annoying as mosquitoes and flies. Beiming Shui took a step forward and came to Su Zimo's side. "Master, let's go. These sword cultivators of the upper world are ignorant and don't know anything." Wang Dong, Jian Chen and Chu Xian. As Beiming Shui spoke, she dragged Su Zimo out of the sword cleansing pool and towards her cave abode. The two of them disappeared before long, leaving the sword cultivators standing in the wind, stunned on the spot for a moment. Chapter 2738, 2738 Storm. 2738 Storm. This isn't too good, right? Along the way, Su Zimo asked, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Beiming Shui said casually, "It's fine. I couldn't stand it any longer and was prepared to return to my cave abode as well." Pausing for a moment, Beiming Shui continued, "Furthermore, they just don't know the martial Tao." Su Zimo smiled and asked, "Are you so sure that you can defeat other perfected immortals who have condensed their Tao fruits after cultivating the martial Tao?" "I don't know." Beiming Shui shook her head gently before looking at Su Zimo with a firm gaze. "However, I believe in you, Master. In this world, Su Zimo was probably the only person she could trust without holding back. Su Zimo smiled. Don't worry, I've already deduced the subsequent dharmic formulations of the martial Tao fate ring. As long as I impart them to you, you'll definitely be able to break through with your comprehension. Beiming Shui was not surprised, nor did she have much of a reaction. In her heart, compared to their reunion, the matter of the martial Tao was not important. Su Zimo pondered for a moment. You've already cultivated your martial Tao quite well. However, it's not time for you to advance to the next realm yet. After the martial Tao fate ring realm is the true martial realm. Dharmic formulations of immortals, Buddhas, and fiends condense Tao fruits at the perfected one realm. As for martial Tao practitioners, they shatter their fate rings at the true martial realm, and countless martial Tao runes fuse with their physiques and bloodlines to forge the true martial Tao body. In the fate ring realm, the better the foundation of your body and bloodline, the more you can synthesize as many martial Tao runes as possible and forge an even stronger true martial Tao body after stepping into the true martial realm. To Beiming Shui, the dharmic Taos of the martial Tao were not difficult to understand. She had obtained the true inheritance of the martial Tao and cultivated it for many years, so she had long gained many insights. As long as Su Zimo gave her some pointers, she would be able to comprehend the essence of the profundities even without him explaining in detail. Along the way, Su Zimo imparted the dharmic Tao profundities of the true martial realm to her without reservation. Beiming Shui listened attentively and was extremely quiet. She only glanced sideways occasionally at Su Zimo, who was imparting the Tao, and could not help but smile. At that moment, she felt a sense of security she had never felt before. It was as though the flow of time had reversed and she had returned to the time back in Tianhuang mainland. Master, we're here. Beiming Shui brought Su Zimo to a cave abode and stopped. Su Zimo looked at Beiming Shui and said in a deep voice, therefore, for the next period of time, don't be in a hurry to break through. You have to continue tempering your body and bloodline and try your best to build your foundation at the Fate Ring realm. Yes. Beiming Shui nodded before saying, Master, there's no hurry to cultivate. Let's talk about what happened after you ascended. Why are you here in the Sword World? Beiming Shui's eyes revealed a hint of curiosity and concern. Su Zimo sighed gently. It's a long story. Pausing for a moment, he looked at Beiming Shui and smiled. I heard that after you ascended to the Sword World, the people there treated you well and thought highly of you. Yes. Beiming Shui said, Master, let's enter the cave abode first. I'll tell you about my experiences in the Sword World all these years. Actually, Beiming Shui was not good with words. However, she seemed to have a lot to say to Su Zimo. All right. Su Zimo nodded. Indeed, there was no hurry to cultivate the martial Tao. He had nothing to hide from Beiming Shui and could tell her everything that happened after he ascended. The master and disciple reunited after a long time and chatted in Beiming Shui's cave abode for 3 days and nights. They spoke about Beiming Shui's experiences over the years as well as the terrifying dangers Su Zimo encountered after his ascension. The 3 days that the master and disciple spent in the cave abode were not very long. However, there was quite a commotion in the sword world in those past 3 days. It was not only Carnage Sword Peak. All the sword cultivators of the 8 sword peaks heard about it. Beiming Shui's master from the lower worlds was here. Beiming Shui was extremely famous in the sword world. After all, there were not many people in the sword world who could obtain the recognition of the 8 peak masters. Furthermore, Beiming Shui had the strongest combat strength among the ordinary disciples. Be it the dharmic Taos of the immortals, Buddhas, and fiends, none of the heaven immortal sword cultivators in the sword world could defeat Beiming Shui and her sword. Furthermore, the dharmic Tao that Beiming Shui cultivated was extremely special. It was a dharmic formulation that no one had heard of called the martial Tao. More importantly, Beiming Shui was extremely beautiful and had an outstanding aura. She had a high status in the hearts of many sword cultivators in the sword world. If not for Beiming Shui's cultivation realm, many sword cultivators would even think that she could be on par with the #1 sword immortal of the sword world, who was also the top beauty, Lin Xuanzhen. Lin Xuanzhen cultivated the Sever Sword Dao and severed all emotions and desires. She was cold to everyone and exuded an unapproachable aura that kept everyone at bay. Compared to Lin Xuanzhen, Beiming Xue seemed much more normal. The fact that the number one of Carnage Sword Peak, who was also the eldest senior brother and a legacy disciple, Wang Dong, was willing to come and persuade an ordinary disciple had already proven something. The first day Su Zimo arrived in the sword world. Have you heard? Junior sister Beiming's master has come to our sword world. Her master from the lower worlds. What's his cultivation realm? It's said that his at the convergence perfected one realm, not much higher than junior sister Beiming. That's quite ordinary. There are many legacy disciples of our Carnage Sword Peak who are above him. The second day. I heard that junior sister Beiming is very close to her master and even rebuked senior brother Wang that day. What did senior brother Wang say? So what? Senior brother Wang is a peak-perfected immortal after all and can't stoop to that person's level. Furthermore, he's from the heavenly world and can be considered a guest of our sword world. The third day. What's going on? Junior sister Beiming and her master stayed in the cave abode for 3 days and nights without appearing. A man and a woman all alone. Don't spout nonsense. They're master and disciple after all. What master and disciple? I've seen that Su fellow before. He's young and has refined features like a scholar. When he's with junior sister Beiming, they don't look like master and disciple at all. Instead, they look like an immortal couple. This Su fellow won't lay his hands on junior sister Beiming, right? I had a hunch that he wasn't a good guy right from the first time I saw him. He's a beast in human clothes. Let's go. Let's take a look at junior sister Beiming's cave abode. For the past 3 days, Su Zimo and Beiming Xue chatted freely in the cave abode. However, they did not know that there were discussions outside and the rumors were intensifying. Wang Dong and the other legacy disciples were also extremely concerned about this matter. However, due to their status, they could not appear. On the 4th day, many sword cultivators were already gathered near Beiming Xue's cave abode. As time passed, the number of people increased. If someone gave the order, this group of sword cultivators would probably break in. Right then, the door to the cave abode opened. Beiming Xue walked out. Chapter 2739, 2739 Extraordinary Means. 2739 Extraordinary Means. The group of sword cultivators lingering outside the cave abode stopped in their tracks and turned around. The initial clamor gradually faded. Beiming Xue looked normal. When she saw the many sword cultivators gathered outside, she frowned slightly and asked, "What are you guys doing here?" Many sword cultivators exchanged glances with awkward expressions and hesitated without saying anything. They could not possibly say that they were worried that Beiming Xue would be bullied by her master and came over to save her, right? In the crowd, Jian Chen stood out. No matter what, Su Zimo was led into the sword world by him from the outside. If Beiming Xue was hurt, he would feel uneasy as well. Jian Chen explained, "All your senior brothers and sisters were worried about you when they saw that you and fellow Daoist Su stayed in the cave abode for 3 days and 3 nights without coming out." Worried about what? Beiming Xue asked. Jian Chen coughed gently. After all, we don't know fellow Daoist Su very well and you haven't met him for years either, junior sister Beiming. Therefore, we were worried that fellow Daoist Su might hurt you. He's my master. Why would he hurt me? Beiming Xue said calmly, even if everyone in the world is my enemy, he will stand in front of me and protect me. Back in the south region of Tianhuang mainland, it was Su Zimo who protected her and even fought against the 3 aristocratic families. When they heard that, the sword cultivators had conflicted expressions. They were embarrassed and envious. How lucky was fellow Daoist Su to make junior sister Beiming trust him so much. Jian Chen sighed internally. Right then, Su Zimo walked out of his cave abode. Instantly, the gazes of many sword cultivators landed on Su Zimo. Everyone sized Su Zimo up continuously, wanting to see who Beiming Xue's master was. Su Zimo had a calm expression and was long used to such gazes. Jian Chen hesitated for a moment before greeting Su Zimo. Su Zimo nodded slightly and did not exchange pleasantries with him. He said to Beiming Shui, "Let's go cultivate at the sword cleansing pool." "Yes." Beiming Shui nodded. Under the gazes of the sword cultivators, the two of them walked towards the sword cleansing pool. I thought that this person had some brilliant dharmic formulation. In the end, isn't he just choosing to go cultivate beside the sword cleansing pool? How is this different from junior sister Beiming's usual cultivation? He's only a convergence perfected immortal. In my opinion, he's not qualified to impart the Tao to junior sister Beiming. That's right. Right now, I'm worried that not only will junior sister Beiming waste time cultivating the martial Tao with this person, she'll also waste her sword Tao talent. Let's go take a look together. The group of sword cultivators discussed and walked towards the sword cleansing pool as well. In the past 3 days, Su Zimo had already helped Beiming Shui formulate her cultivation direction. The most suitable place to temper one's body and bloodline was none other than the sword cleansing pool at the foot of Carnage Sword Peak. Prior to this, Beiming Shui had only cultivated beside the sword cleansing pool. As for Su Zimo, he was prepared to let Beiming Shui enter the sword cleansing pool so that she could withstand the impact of the violent sword qi and the invasion of the killing intent. This cultivation method was extremely dangerous, but it could maximize the transformation of Beiming Shui's physique and bloodline. Furthermore, under the continuous invasion of the killing intent, Beiming Shui's martial intent and Tao heart would undergo a further transformation. Of course, the entire process would definitely be extremely painful. The sword cleansing pool was used to refine weapons. But now that Su Zimo wanted Beiming Shui to cultivate in the sword cleansing pool, it was equivalent to treating Beiming Shui's flesh and blood as a weapon to temper. The moment many sword cultivators arrived at the sword cleansing pool, they saw Beiming Shui jumping into it. "Ah!" someone exclaimed, "Senior sister Beiming, what are you doing? Do you want to die?" Many sword cultivators were shocked as well. Jian Chen, Chu Xian, and some other perfected immortals hurried to the side of the sword cleansing pool, prepared to release their dharmic Taos to save Beiming Shui. However, before Jian Chen and the others could attack, Su Zimo stopped everyone and asked in surprise, "What are you guys doing?" Su Zimo truly did not understand why the group of sword cultivators were so nervous when he was teaching his disciple here. A perfected immortal frowned and said in a deep voice, "The sword qi in the sword cleansing pool is extremely violent and sharp. How can a body of flesh and blood withstand it? The sword cleansing pool is used to refine weapons. Su, were you the one who made junior sister Beiming jump in?" Many sword cultivators glared at Su Zimo and questioned in an unfriendly tone. At that moment, Beiming Shui was in the sword cleansing pool and was enduring the impact of the violent sword qi continuously. There was also the continuous invasion of killing intent. She could not be distracted and did not know what was happening outside. Su Zimo said, "Everyone, I'm here watching over her. Don't worry." Those words could not calm the anger of the sword cultivators at all. Jian Chen looked at Beiming Shui, who was covered in injuries and drenched in blood in the sword cleansing pool, and his heart ached. Even some perfected immortal experts did not dare to set foot into the sword cleansing pool casually. He suppressed the anger in his heart forcefully and asked word by word, "Fellow Daoist Su, is this the martial Tao you're talking about?" Su Zimo was silent. If he wanted to temper his body and bloodline, how could he build a perfect foundation without extraordinary methods and unbearable pain that was different from ordinary people? Back when the martial Tao prime body stepped into the true martial realm, he endured the torture of hellfire and the endless true intent of pain. What Beiming Shui was enduring at the moment was merely a fraction of the martial Tao prime body. If she could not even withstand this bit of pain, there was no need for her to cultivate the martial Tao any longer. These sword cultivators had good intentions and were worried about Beiming Shui's safety. Su Zimo did not want to argue with them or cause any conflict. When Jian Chen saw Su Zimo's silence, he was even angrier. He clenched his fists slightly and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Daoist Su, I believe you don't know how terrifying this sword cleansing pool is. Why don't you jump in and experience it yourself?" "That's right. As Beiming Shui's master, you should jump down first and set the example." You're harming your disciple instead of jumping down yourself. Are you really worthy of being junior sister Beiming's master? The other sword cultivators said one after another with increasingly stern tones. Su Zimo was still motionless with an indifferent expression. Jian Chen thought that Su Zimo was afraid and sneered, as Beiming Shue's master, you can't even withstand the impact of the sword cleansing pool yourself. Why do you want junior sister Beiming to suffer? Su Zimo did not reply. Suddenly, he took out a bowl and filled it with sword chi water from the waterfall of Carnage Sword Peak. The water in the pool was so clear that one could see the bottom without any impurities. Su Zimo said, "The water is very clean." Jian Chen and the others looked at Su Zimo in confusion, not understanding what he wanted to do. Right then, Su Zimo picked up the bowl and drank the pool water filled with violent sword chi and terrifying killing intent in one gulp. Pest! Jian Chen and the other sword cultivators gasped and widened their eyes in shock. The accusations and questions from earlier on vanished instantly. Given Jian Chen's cultivation, he could only struggle to hang on if he jumped into the sword cleansing pool. However, he would definitely not dare to swallow the sword chi water directly. This meant that countless violent sword chi burst forth and exploded in his body. If he could not withstand it, his body would be torn into pieces by the sword chi. Right then, Su Zimo turned around and looked at Jian Chen and the others, asking with a smile, "Everyone, you must be thirsty after saying so much. Do you want a bowl?" Chapter 2740, 2740 Lotus Life Finger. 2740 Lotus Life Finger. Jian Chen and the others shook their heads instinctively and their gazes towards Su Zimo gradually changed. This person was fine after drinking a bowl of sword chi water. Jian Chen had a stomach full of accusations and questions. At that moment, he could not say a single word and lost his temper instantly. Right then, in the sword cleansing pool, Beiming Shui seemed to be unable to withstand it and let out a muffled groan. Her face was pale and she had a pained expression, looking extremely weak and pitiful. When Jian Chen and the others saw that, their hearts ached. Beiming Shui looked at Su Zimo instinctively and panted slightly, a questioning look in her eyes. Indeed, she could barely hang on any longer. Su Zimo shook his head gently, still not allowing her to come out. In reality, Su Zimo's spirit consciousness and attention had been on Beiming Shui the entire time, paying attention to her physical condition. Beiming Shui had yet to reach her limit. In the sword cleansing pool, Beiming Shui gritted her teeth. Her blooded body trembled slightly and even her life force was flowing away. Only the sharpness in her eyes did not diminish and her gaze was firm without any hesitation. That was Beiming Shui's will. Back in Beiming town, nobody could make this 15-year-old girl submit even when her dantian was shattered. The sword cultivators frowned. Even Chu Xian revealed a hint of pity. Jian Chen could no longer hold it in and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Daoist Su, just because you can withstand the sword chi of the sword cleansing pool doesn't mean that junior sister Beiming can as well. Her cultivation realm is only equivalent to a grade 9 heaven immortal, but you're already a perfected immortal. That's right. If anything happens to senior sister Beiming, can you bear the responsibility?" Many sword cultivators went forward and berated once more. Su Zimo had a calm expression and was unmoved. Right then, Beiming Shui seemed like she could not hold on any longer. Her body went limp and her eyes closed. She fainted on the spot and gradually sank into the bottom of the sword cleansing pool. "Ah!" Many sword cultivators exclaimed and moved one after another, wanting to save Beiming Shui. Right then, a figure swept past the sword cleansing pool and waved his wide robes, sweeping up the injured Beiming Shui and speeding into the distance. The figure was way too fast. By the time everyone arrived above the sword cleansing pool, the figure had already left with Beiming Shui and vanished. Only Jian Chen and the others could vaguely see that the person who made a move earlier on was Beiming Shui's master, fellow Daoist Su. Junior sister Beiming is so severely injured. Will anything happen to her? I don't think so. Jian Chen said in a deep voice, junior sister Beiming's physique and bloodline are extremely strong. She should be able to recover after cultivating for a year and a half. That's good. Chu Xian was a little angry. Seriously, What's with fellow Daoist Su? How can anyone cultivate like that? No matter how strong her physique is, she won't be able to withstand such torture. Jian Chen said, Junior Sister Beiming's injury this time round might not be a bad thing. We'll let her recuperate for a period of time before discussing how to deal with this matter. 3 days later, Jian Chen and the others were still in seclusion in their cave abodes when they heard a commotion outside. What happened? Jian Chen went out hurriedly to ask. Senior brother Jian Chen, bad news. A sword cultivator panted and said, Senior Sister Beiming went to the sword cleansing pool to cultivate again. What? Jian Chen was shocked and said hurriedly, Junior Sister Beiming was severely injured 3 days ago. Now that she's gone to the sword cleansing pool again, does she want to die? At the mention of that, a strange expression appeared on the sword cultivator's face. He stammered and hesitated. As Jian Chen sped in the direction of the sword cleansing pool, he berated, Speak if you have anything to say. Why are you hesitating? The sword cultivator coughed gently. Senior Sister Beiming's injuries from 3 days ago have already healed. Huh? Jian Chen staggered and asked in disbelief with widened eyes, She recovered from such serious injuries in 3 days? How is that possible? The sword cultivator smiled bitterly. I'm not sure either. The other perfected Immortal senior brothers find it unbelievable as well. Jian Chen was puzzled. Even if all the elixirs and pills of the sword world were piled on Beiming Shui, she would not be able to recover from such serious injuries in 3 days, right? Although Beiming Shui's physique and bloodline were strong, they were not that strong. What the hell? Suddenly, a green-robed figure flashed through Jian Chen's mind. Could it be related to him? Jian Chen shook his head again and thought to himself, he's a perfected immortal. Even if he's skilled in the medical Dao, he can't heal Junior Sister Beiming in 3 days. In reality, Su Zimo was indeed the one who healed Beiming Shui's injuries. After his creation Green Lotus true body entered grade 12, his bloodline nurtured a large amount of life force. In the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra, Su Zimo comprehended a healing secret skill, Lotus Life Finger, which could be used with his Green Lotus bloodline. In the Tao of Yin and Yang, Yin ruled over killing and Yang ruled over life. The Lotus Life Finger could use a secret skill to seal the immense life force nurtured by the Green Lotus bloodline into Beiming Shui's flesh. To a certain extent, Beiming Shui received the nourishment of the grade 12 creation Green Lotus bloodline and her injuries healed extremely quickly. She recovered to her original state in 3 days. Su Zimo naturally had a backup plan for Beiming Shui to cultivate in this manner. This time round, Su Zimo did not follow Beiming Shui to the sword cleansing pool. Instead, he stayed in Beiming Shui's cave abode to remove the remaining power of the 2 curses in his body. Beside the sword cleansing pool, Jian Chen and the others finally arrived and persuaded Beiming Shui, but the latter turned a deaf ear. It was only when she cultivated until she was covered in injuries and could barely breathe that Beiming Shui staggered out of the sword cleansing pool and forced herself to return to her cave abode before fainting. Su Zimo helped her up and used the Lotus Life Finger to heal her injuries and cleanse her bloodline once more. The destruction, repair of the physique could allow Beiming Shui's physique and bloodline to grow and transform at the fastest speed with the combination of the secret skill. 3 days later, Beiming Shui recovered and entered the sword cleansing pool to cultivate again. This went on and on. Every 3 days, Beiming Shui would spend more time cultivating in the sword cleansing pool. A month later, the violent sword qi in the sword cleansing pool alone could no longer cause any damage to Beiming Shui's body. She could cultivate in the sword cleansing pool for an entire day without any injuries. Beiming Shui's cultivation realm still did not improve at all and there was no change in her appearance. However, in reality, her body and bloodline were undergoing a tremendous transformation. Even if others knew about this cultivation method, they would not be able to imitate it. Firstly, it had an extremely strong requirement on the will of cultivators. Secondly, this required a cultivator with the bloodline of the grade 12 creation Green Lotus to help the other party without hesitation at the cost of expending a large amount of his essence blood. Of course, none of the sword cultivators thought much of that. Junior Sister Beiming was pure and beautiful like a fairy. Why would such a peerless beauty want to suffer such cruel torture? Furthermore, wasn't she still stuck in her cultivation realm even after cultivating the martial Tao for so long? As time passed, not only did this matter cause quite a commotion on Carnage Sword Peak, it even alarmed the sword cultivators of the other 7 Sword Peak. Chapter 2741, 2741 Challenge. 2741 Challenge. The sword cleansing pool at the foot of Carnage Sword Peak no longer caused much damage to Beiming Shui. However, on this day, Beiming Shui changed her method and cultivated beneath the Sword Chi waterfall of Carnage Sword Peak. This was much more dangerous than cultivating in the sword cleansing pool. Carnage Sword Peak towered into the clouds, and the Sword Chi waterfall that fell from the peak was extremely lethal. On the first day that Beiming Shui headed to the bottom of the Sword Chi waterfall, she was severely injured by the Sword Chi waterfall and fainted in the sword cleansing pool again before she could last for even half an hour. It was Su Zimo who appeared in time again and brought Beiming Shui back to her cave abode. Sigh, junior sister Beiming must be out of her mind. Cultivating the Tao is not a rush to success to begin with. How can anyone torture themselves like junior sister Beiming? There's no way junior sister Beiming could have thought of such an inhuman cultivation method. That Su fellow must have forced her. The sword cultivators of Carnage Sword Peak were indignant and felt even more disgusted and conflicted towards Su Zimo's existence. Meeting Hall of Carnage Sword Peak. This is too ridiculous. A perfected one-realm sword cultivator stood out and complained, ever since that Su fellow came to our sword world, how much has junior sister Beiming been tortured by him? That Su fellow said that he's here to visit the sword world. However, for the past month or so, he's mostly hiding in junior sister Beiming's cave abode and rarely appears. I think he's afraid of people from our sword world. Peak Master thinks highly of junior sister Beiming. What did he say? In the meeting hall, many sword cultivators gathered and discussed spiritedly. Many of them looked at Wang Dong, who was sitting in the middle and was also the number 1 of Carnage Sword Peak. Wang Dong said, Master is naturally concerned about this as well. However, he's not only the Peak Master of our Carnage Sword Peak, he's also a Grotto Heaven realm expert. Given his status and realm, it's not appropriate for him to interfere in this matter. We have to think of a way to resolve this matter ourselves. Wang Dong had always liked Beiming Shui. However, he had never expressed it publicly. Over the past few days, his heart ached when he saw Beiming Shui suffer. However, he was the number 1 of Carnage Sword Peak after all and was already at the Paradise Void perfected 1 realm. He could be considered a peak perfected immortal. If he went to look for Su Zimo, it would be considered bullying the weak. In the sword world, the most important thing was fairness. Unless there were extremely special circumstances, it was tacitly agreed that only cultivators of the same cultivation realm could spar in the sword world. If someone relied on the fact that their cultivation realm was higher than the other parties, even if they won, they would not win the respect of sword cultivators and would even attract criticism and ridicule. For example, Su Zimo was now a convergence perfected immortal. In the sword world, only convergence perfected immortals could spar with him. Even if someone was only a single realm above him at the celestial being realm, it would be an unfair win in the eyes of many sword cultivators. Senior brother Wang, think of a way. A sword cultivator said, if this continues, junior sister Beiming will probably be crippled by that Su fellow. That's right. Even the Peak Master praised junior sister Beiming's talent in the sword Tao. How can we let her be destroyed in that person's hands? Wang Dong pondered for a long time and a sword glint flashed through his eyes, as though he had made up his mind. Seems like that's the only way. Our Carnage Sword Peak will choose the strongest convergence perfected immortal to spar with fellow Daoist Su. If we can defeat him, we'll take the opportunity to persuade him to back off. Fellow Daoist Su will probably be too embarrassed to be junior sister Beiming's master as long as he loses in front of everyone. Chu Xian nodded. That's right. If he can't even defeat us, he's not worthy of being junior sister Beiming's master. I'll do it. Chu Xian was the first to stand out. No matter what, fellow Daoist Su was brought back by us. I'm responsible for this. You. Wang Dong pondered in silence and hesitated. Chu Xian was a convergence-perfected immortal. However, her combat strength could only be considered top-tier at this level and was not the strongest. Wang Dong said slowly, "This battle is extremely important. We have to guarantee victory. On the one hand, it's to save junior sister Beiming from danger. On the other hand, we can't weaken the reputation of our sword world. Let me do it." Right then, a sword cultivator stood out and said indifferently, "Nai Chen." He was one of the most famous paragons of Carnage Sword Peak. Among the ordinary disciples, only Beiming Shui had ever defeated him. When he underwent the Tribulation Transcendence and ascended, he attracted the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation. When Wang Dong saw Nai Chen stand out, he was relieved and nodded. With junior brother Nai around, there's no doubt about the outcome of this battle. However, there are some things I should remind you. Wang Dong thought for a moment before saying, "I have a feeling that this person might have some powerful trump cards. Junior brother Nai, don't be careless when fighting him." "Don't worry, senior brother." Nai Chen said, "If I attack, I'll give it my all no matter who my opponent is. I don't underestimate my opponents." Wang Dong smiled again. "However, junior brother Nai, you have to know your limits as well. After all, the other party is a guest from afar and was once junior sister Beiming's master. If you can win easily, you have to stop after merely teaching him a lesson. Don't be rude." Nai Chen pouted. "I won't harm his life. When the time comes, I'll teach him a lesson that'll be etched in his bones." "Millimeter, that's good." Wang Dong was relieved and said with a smile, "I won't go over, lest fellow Daoist Su feels too much pressure. I'll prepare some good wine and wait for you to return victorious, junior brother Nai." Nai Chen raised his head slightly and said proudly, "Senior brother, you have to prepare quickly. I'll be back soon." When the other sword cultivators heard that, they cheered as well and sped towards Beiming Shui's cave abode with Nai Chen. Before long, Nai Chen and the others arrived before Beiming Shui's cave abode. Along the way, it naturally attracted many sword cultivators to watch the battle and caused a huge commotion. When they arrived at the cave abode, more than half of the sword cultivators of Carnage Sword Peak were attracted over. Apart from some sword ranking battles arranged by the sword world, it had been a long time since Carnage Sword Peak was so lively. Before Nai Chen could shout, a sword cultivator could no longer hold it in and went forward to knock. Su Zimo was healing Beiming Shui in his cave abode and could not help but frown when he sensed the commotion outside. "What's going on outside?" Beiming Shui had just started healing and her essence spirit was weak. She could not detect the situation outside and asked softly, "Wait a moment. I'll go out and take a look." In a flash, Su Zimo arrived in front of the cave abode and pushed the door open. When they saw Su Zimo walk out, the commotion outside the door quietened down. In the past month, Su Zimo used the hell-boundless springs and had already purged the 2 curses in his body, recovering to his original state. "Why are you guys here?" Su Zimo asked. Nai Chen carried a sword in his arms and walked towards Su Zimo slowly, saying, "Fellow Daoist, I heard that you're from the heavenly world. I'm Nai Chen, a convergence-perfected immortal. I'd like to spar with you." Chapter 2742, 2742 3 free moves. 2742 3 free moves. "You want to spar with me?" Su Zimo looked at the naive sword cultivator named Nai Chen opposite him and wondered if this person had gotten the wrong guy. However, on second thought, the distance between the heavenly world and the sword world was too far. The people of the sword world did not know who he was at all, let alone what methods he had. It was understandable for this person to come and spar. However, for the current Su Zimo, his grade 12 green lotus true body had already grown to its peak after entering the perfected one realm. Even without using his bloodline, divine powers, or secret skills, he could crush all convergence perfected immortals with his green lotus true body alone. Beiming Shui was still in the cave abode, waiting for him to return to heal her. Furthermore, a large amount of energy from the Emperor's tomb was accumulated in his body. After removing the 2 curses, he was prepared to refine and absorb the energy to break through to the celestial being realm. To think that Nai Chen would come knocking at this moment. When Jian Chen saw that Su Zimo was silent, he thought that Su Zimo was worried. Therefore, he went forward and said, "Fellow Daoist Su, you've been in the sword world for a period of time. When my junior brother heard that you're from the heavenly world, he was interested in seeing your methods. Fellow Daoist Su, don't worry. Junior brother Nai Chen will know his limits." "Sure." Su Zimo nodded. He only wanted to end things quickly and return to his cave abode to heal Beiming Shui before continuing his cultivation. This Nai Chen was not even considered a challenge to him. He had a good impression of the sword world. It was not appropriate for him to reject a visit from someone to spar. Furthermore, the sword world had always treated him with respect. Even this person who came to challenge him was merely a convergence perfected one-realm sword cultivator. When Jian Chen saw Su Zimo agree immediately, he was stunned and surprised. The commotion here attracted more than half of the sword cultivators of Carnage Sword Peak, and they gathered together. More and more people gathered in the area with excited expressions. Nai Chen took a step forward with a calm expression. "Fellow Daoist Su, you're a guest from afar after all. You can attack first. I'll let you have 3 free moves." At that point, cheers sounded from the crowd. Nai Chen took the initiative to give up the initiative and let the other party attack. In the eyes of many sword cultivators, giving Su Zimo 3 moves was already enough respect. "You want me to attack first?" Su Zimo had a strange expression. Nai Chen nodded slightly. "You can attack as much as you want. I won't retaliate within 3 moves. However, you have to be careful after 3 moves." Su Zimo smiled and nodded. Jian Chen took a deep breath and declared, "The 2 of you, get ready, begin." The moment he said that, Su Zimo's figure flashed and he arrived before Nai Chen in an instant at an astonishing speed. Nai Chen was shocked. He was so fast. As he had just said that he wanted to give the other party 3 moves, Nai Chen could not retaliate and could only retreat instinctively. Su Zimo reached out and grabbed the sword in Nai Chen's arms. Before Nai Chen could react, Su Zimo's palm had already grabbed the hilt of the sword. Buzz! A resplendent sword light flashed accompanied by a clear sword hum. The many sword cultivators watching only felt a flash of light that disappeared instantly. The next moment, Su Zimo had already returned to his original spot, as though he had never moved. The moment the 2 of them made contact, it was so fast that many sword cultivators did not manage to see clearly what happened in between. Su Zimo had a calm expression. As for Nai Chen, his expression was a little ugly and he remained silent. "What happened just now? I'm not sure. I don't think that's 3 moves, right? Why aren't they fighting anymore? That sword light earlier on. Did senior brother Nai Chen fail to control himself and attack in advance?" As the sword cultivators discussed, a trace of blood gradually seeped out from Nai Chen's glabella. An eye-catching drop of scarlet blood flowed down slowly and trickled from his nose. The discussions around them gradually stopped. In that split second earlier on, Nai Chen was actually injured. Apart from Nai Chen and Su Zimo, not many people could see clearly what happened earlier on. Su Zimo closed in and pulled out the sword in Nai Chen's arms right in front of him. He pierced Nai Chen's glabella with it and returned his sword to its sheath. Nai Chen knew very well that Su Zimo had 100 ways to kill him after that series of actions. As for him, he could not dodge at all. The difference was way too great. If the other party were to attack, he would not even have the chance to draw his sword. Nai Chen took a deep breath of air with a grim expression and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Daoist Su, I have to admit that I won't be able to defeat you if you attack first." Su Zimo smiled gently. This sword cultivator was rather straightforward and did not fly into a rage out of humiliation. Instead, he admitted that he had already been defeated. Nai Chen said, "However, my methods are all based on this sword. I want to challenge you again and won't give in any more. Fellow Daoist, please fulfill my wish." This time round, Nai Chen put away the arrogance in his heart completely and did not dare to be negligent at all. "Sure." Su Zimo nodded casually. Buzz. This time round, Nai Chen pulled out his sword immediately and placed it horizontally in front of his chest. His body exuded the killing intent of the sword Dao. Nai Chen had already treated Su Zimo as the strongest opponent in his life and did not dare to hold back at all. There were still no unnecessary movements from Su Zimo. As though he was taking a leisurely stroll, he took a step forward and arrived before Nai Chen instantly. Although the footwork seemed casual, it was actually a combination of the dharmic Dao profundities of the 9 palace subtle steps and Plo heaven stride. Not only did he cross the void instantly, he even released an aura of invincibility that was soul-stirring. Even celestial being perfected immortals might not be able to seize the initiative, let alone a convergence perfected immortal. Su Zimo attacked and grabbed the sword in Nai Chen's hand. Nai Chen channeled his Dao fruit crazily and balls of dharmic Dao halos bloomed behind his head. The sword in his hand spun and released an extremely sharp sword momentum. However, Su Zimo was even faster. Before Nai Chen could release all his sword momentum, Su Zimo grabbed his wrist and squeezed gently. Nai Chen was in pain and released his grip. The sword had already landed in Su Zimo's hand. Su Zimo turned the sword and sword light flashed before disappearing instantly. His figure had already retreated to his original spot. The two of them were still standing 100 feet apart. Nai Chen held a long sword in his arms, as though nothing had happened. However, there was another blood scar on his glabella. If that sword went any deeper, he would have died on the spot. "I've lost." After a long silence, Nai Chen said slowly. Thereafter, he cupped his fists towards Su Zimo and turned to leave silently. A sigh sounded from the surrounding crowd. A look of pity flashed through Jian Chen's eyes as well. To think that Nai Chen, a convergence perfected immortal of Carnage Sword Peak, could not defeat this person as well. Furthermore, the technique that this person had just revealed was indeed terrifying. Not only was his movement technique extremely fast, his physique was also powerful. He could actually defeat Nai Chen, who held a sword with his bare hands. Jian Chen wondered if he could win confidently if he was the one up against Su Zimo. Chapter 2743, 2743 Complete Defeat. 2743 Complete Defeat. In the meeting hall, Wang Dong prepared the wine and waited for Nai Chen to return victorious. In his opinion, there should not be any accidents in this battle. When Nai Chen condensed his Dao fruit and entered the perfected One realm, he attracted the 7 of 9 heavenly tribulation. This was rare in the sword world as well. Furthermore, Nai Chen's combat strength was ranked in the top 5 among the Convergence Realm sword cultivators of Carnage Sword Peak. Indeed, before long, Nai Chen appeared at the entrance of the meeting hall. Wang Dong welcomed him with a smile and praised, "It hasn't even been 5 minutes. Junior brother Nai, you're indeed fast." When Nai Chen heard that, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. When Wang Dong saw that Nai Chen's expression was not right and he was a little depressed, he could not help but frown slightly. He focused his gaze and realized that there were 2 fine sword marks on Nai Chen's glabella. Although the wounds had already healed, faint traces of them could still be seen. "You lost, junior brother Nai?" Wang Dong probed. Nai Chen sighed. "This cultivator from the heavenly world does have some skills. I can't defeat him." Wang Dong consoled, "It's fine. Junior brother Nai, don't be discouraged. All cultivators of our generation have been defeated before." Nai Chen smiled bitterly. In reality, it would be fine if he was merely defeated. However, he was truly defeated too thoroughly. The other party did not even use a weapon, but he could not even last a single round. This was a huge blow to him. When Wang Dong saw that Nai Chen was dispirited, he encouraged, "Junior brother Nai, don't be so hard on yourself. The sword Dao of the sword cultivators of Carnage Sword Peak is meant to kill. He's a guest from afar. It's understandable that you lost because you restrained yourself so as to not unleash the true strength of the Carnage Sword Dao. I think things might be different in a life and death battle." Nai Chen opened his mouth slightly and wanted to say something but hesitated. It was not that he could not unleash his full strength, but Su Zimo did not give him the chance at all. If it was a life and death battle earlier on, he would have died countless times. The two of them did not manage to chat for long when a sword cultivator suddenly ran over in a hurry from outside and panted. Senior brother Wang, after senior brother Nai was defeated, Chu Xian and the other senior brothers and sisters could not stand it anymore and stood out to challenge that person. Preposterous. Wang Dong berated, if they wanted to spar, they naturally have to do it in a fair environment. Junior brother Nai has already sparred with him today. No matter what, they should give him a day to rest before going at it again. Even if they defeat him because they took turns to wear him down, it'll be unethical. If word gets out, people will even say that our sword world bullied outsiders. The sword cultivator had an embarrassed expression and stammered softly, "It's not certain who's bullying who." "What are you muttering about?" Wang Dong frowned. "Hurry back and stop junior sister Chu Xian and the others. The other party is junior sister Beiming's master in name. Don't be rude. We can't take turns fighting." The sword cultivator had an awkward expression. "Senior brother Wang, it's too late for you to say that. Everything was already over by the time I rushed over." "It's over." Wang Dong was a little exasperated and asked, "Did you hurt fellow Daoist Su?" The corners of Nai Chen's mouth twitched a few more times. The sword cultivator could not help but roll his eyes. "Senior brother Wang, you might not know this Su fellow's methods yet." Senior sister Chu Xian and more than 10 other sword cultivators went forward but were defeated by him in less than a round. Wang Dong raised his eyebrows. Junior sister Chu Xian and more than 10 sword cultivators challenged this person one after another and were all defeated. Wang Dong looked at Nai Chen instinctively. Nai Chen coughed gently. "I forgot to mention earlier on that I couldn't even last a single round against that person. Is he that strong?" The scene of his first encounter with Su Zimo appeared in Wang Dong's mind. He did not seem to feel any threat from the other party. Wang Dong pondered for a moment and asked, "Did this person make use of some powerful spirit treasure?" Nai Chen said, "When he fought me, he snatched the sword in my hands right in front of me with his bare hands and injured me. Twice. He snatched away the sword of a sword cultivator with his bare hand." Wang Dong nodded to himself. It seemed like this person was indeed capable. Wang Dong asked again, "What divine powers or secret skills did he use?" "Nothing." The sword cultivator shook his head. "What do you mean?" Wang Dong did not understand and asked instinctively, "Didn't you guys see the origin of the divine powers or secret skills he released?" The sword cultivator replied honestly, "He didn't release any divine powers or secret skills." Wang Dong was stunned and could not react for a moment. There were no divine powers or secret skills released in the fight between perfected immortals. The sword cultivator said, "That person relied on straightforward punches and kicks to defeat senior sister Chu Xian and the others." Right then, another sword cultivator sped over from outside. The moment he entered the hall, the sword cultivator shouted, "Senior brother Wang, that person has already defeated more than 40 sword cultivators in succession in front of junior sister Beiming's cave abode." Wang Dong's heart skipped a beat and his breathing became a little unstable. He had just defeated Chu Xian and more than 10 other sword cultivators. Not much time had passed and he defeated another 20-odd sword cultivators. It was already embarrassing enough to take turns fighting him. However, if they suffered such thorough defeats despite taking turns to fight him, the reputation of Carnage Sword Peak in the sword world would be completely destroyed. At that moment, Wang Dong could not care less. No matter what, Su Zimo came from the heavenly world. As sword cultivators of the sword world, they naturally could not show weakness. Wang Dong said in a deep voice, "Call junior brother Bu Yarrow and junior brother Wen Zhang to see me." Senior brother Bu Yarrow and senior brother Wen Zhang have already rushed over when they heard about this. The sword cultivator said hurriedly. Wang Dong heaved a sigh of relief and nodded slightly. "That's good." Nai Chen and the other sword cultivators exchanged glances, feeling uneasy. They had witnessed Su Zimo's methods and truly experienced that invincible might. Although Bu Yarrow and Wen Zheng were top experts among Convergence perfected immortals on Carnage Sword Peak, it was difficult to say who would win against this person. Wang Dong seemed to be unable to sit still either. He took a deep breath and said, Let's go. I'll go take a look and see how capable this person is. I'll hold the fort for junior brothers Bu Yarrow and Wen Zheng. Before Wang Dong and the others could walk out of the meeting hall, another sword cultivator rushed over from afar. Wang Dong's heart sank when he saw this person's flustered expression. Senior brother Wang, bad news. When the sword cultivator saw Wang Dong, he shouted. Senior brothers Bu Yarrow and Wen Zheng were knocked out by 2 slaps from that person and did not even manage to draw their sword. That news was like a shocking bolt of lightning that struck Wang Dong until he felt a little dizzy. Wasn't Bu Yarrow and Wen Zheng defeated too quickly? As sword cultivators, they did not even manage to draw their swords. If word got out, they would probably become the greatest joke of the 8 sword peaks. Chapter 2744, 2744-5 Prodigies. 2744-5 Prodigies. The challenge of Carnage Sword Peak to Suzimo did not last long. It ended in less than 2 hours. After Bu Yarrow and Wen Zheng, 2 Convergence perfected immortals, were defeated one after another, no one from Carnage Sword Peak stood out anymore. There were more than 1,000 perfected immortals on Carnage Sword Peak. Among them, there were more than 500 Convergence perfected immortals. However, even Bu Yarrow and Wen Zheng were defeated miserably by Suzimo without even drawing their swords. If the other sword cultivators went forward to challenge him, they would only be asking for humiliation. Suzimo wanted to end the combat as soon as possible and return to his cave abode to heal Beiming Shui. Therefore, he did not delay the entanglement with the other party. However, this matter caused a huge commotion among the 8 sword peaks. Have you heard? Beiming Shui's master from the lower worlds ran to Carnage Sword Peak and defeated 49 sword cultivators of Carnage Sword Peak within 2 hours. He's so strong. What's his cultivation? I heard that he's a Convergence perfected immortal. His cultivation realm isn't high either. How can he be junior sister Beiming's master? That's the conflict. I heard that this person's method of training junior sister Beiming was way too cruel. The fellow disciples of Carnage Sword Peak could not stand it and wanted to teach him a lesson. To think that they would be taught a lesson instead. 5 Elements Sword Peak, one of the 8 sword peaks. On this day, a few perfected immortals sat together in the hall of 5 Elements Sword Peak and chatted casually as they sipped their tea. Carnage Sword Peak has lost a lot of face this time round. The sword cultivator in the middle shook his head gently and lamented. This person named Gong Suanyu was the #1 legacy disciple of 5 Elements Sword Peak. The person on the left had a sharp gaze. How powerful was Carnage Sword Peak back then? It was the leader of the 8 sword peaks. To think that it would fall to such a state now. They lost even after they took turns to fight him. His Daoist title was Tai Lai and he came from Extreme Sword Peak. He was also the #1 legacy disciple of Extreme Sword Peak. In the palm of the sword cultivator on the right, long swords flashed one after another, seemingly real and illusory. He continued, the reason why Carnage Sword Peak could become the leader of the 8 sword peaks back then was also because of the existence of Emperor Immortal vanquishing. Back when he created the 3 great sword arts and the Carnage Sword Dao, he established the 8th sword peak in the sword world, which is the current Carnage Sword Peak that's famous in the heavenly world. This person was called Shen Yu and came from Illusory Sword Peak. It's a pity that Emperor Immortal vanquishing is dead. Although the 3 great sword arts have been passed down, they lack his divine might. Another sword cultivator sighed. The sword cultivator was a monk with a string of prayer beads in his hands. His name was Ju Jian and he came from Zen Sword Peak. A tall and burly man with a domineering aura rumbled, that's right. After so many years, no one has been able to cultivate that peerless divine power, the immortal vanquishing sword. Because of junior sister Beiming's appearance, many seniors of Carnage Sword Peak pinned their hopes on her. Unfortunately, she cultivated incorrectly and could not condense a Dao fruit to enter the perfected one realm, much less cultivate the immortal vanquishing sword. The burly man's name was Qin Zhong and he wore bronze armor. He carried a thick and heavy gigantic sword on his back and came from Tyrant Sword Peak. The 5 people present were all peak perfected immortals of the various sword peaks. Now that they were gathered, they naturally heard the news from Carnage Sword Peak. Gong Suanyu of 5 Elements Sword Peak looked at Sword Immortal Tai Lai and said with a smile, "From the looks of it, the person with the highest chance of cultivating the peerless divine power, the immortal vanquishing sword, might be a junior brother from Extreme Sword Peak instead." Sword Immortal Tai Lai nodded. Although this person came from the heavenly world, his talent in the sword Dao is indeed extremely strong and rare. Furthermore, he has obtained many sword Dao inheritances. When he entered the perfected one realm, he attracted the 8 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Master praised him greatly and even personally said that he's the person with the highest chance of comprehending the immortal vanquishing sword. Qin Zhong shouted, "No matter what, Carnage Sword Peak is one of the 8 sword peaks. It won't look good for us if they lose face. Furthermore, junior sister Beiming is so talented in the sword Dao. We can't let that person ruin her." Monk Ju Jian nodded as well. Master mentioned this to me. He was more worried about junior sister Beiming but couldn't appear personally, so he asked me to think of a way. Monk Ju Jian's master was the peak master of Zen Sword Peak. The others exchanged glances with tacit understanding. In reality, not only did the situation on Beiming Shui's side attract their attention, even the peak masters of the 8 sword peaks were paying attention silently. However, the 8 peak masters were all peak Grotto Heaven Realm sword immortals. Naturally, it was not appropriate for them to appear against a mere perfected immortal from the heavenly world. "Everyone, what should we do about this?" Gong Suanyu asked. Shun Yu of Illusory Sword Peak said, "That's simple. Let's each choose a strongest convergence perfected immortal to challenge him. No matter how strong that person is, can he defeat all the monster incarnates of our 8 sword peaks?" "All right." Gong Suanyu nodded slightly. Among the convergence perfected immortals of 5 Elements Sword Peak, there's indeed someone who is stronger than Bu Yarrow and Wen Zheng. Qin Zhong looked at Sword Immortal Tai Lai and asked, "Is that person from your Extreme Sword Peak free? If he attacks, that person will definitely lose." Sword Immortal Tai Lai smiled. Junior brother Yun is still in seclusion. There's no need for him to appear for such a small matter. The Sword Immortals chatted for a while more before returning. The next day. Meeting Hall of Carnage Sword Peak. Gong Suanyu of 5 Elements Sword Peak, Sword Immortal Tai Lai of the Supreme Sword Peak, Shen Yu of Illusory Sword Peak, Monk Ju Jian of Zen Sword Peak and Qin Zhong of Tyrant Sword Peak arrived at the same time. When Wang Dong saw them appear, he knew why. To think that the matter of Carnage Sword Peak would alarm the few of you. Wang Dong welcomed them and invited the 5 of them into the hall. He smiled bitterly. "I'm ashamed." Gong Suanyu smiled. "Brother Wang, there's no need for that. The sword cultivators of the 8 sword peaks are all disciples of the same lineage. Naturally, we can't stand by and do nothing when Carnage Sword Peak encounters trouble." Qin Zhong burst into laughter. It's mainly because he can't bear to see Sister Beiming's sword Dao talent destroyed by that person. As a convergence perfected immortal, how incredible can he be? I can teach him a lesson and let him know that there's always someone better. Wang Dong hesitated for a moment. "Fellow Taoists, you might not know yet. This person is indeed capable. Brother Wang, don't worry." Shun Yu smiled. The convergence perfected immortals chosen by the 5 peaks this time round have never tasted defeat among their peers. Their combat strength is at the top and there won't be any accidents. Monk Ju Jian nodded slightly as well. With these 5 sword cultivators, no matter how amazing that person's cultivation is, he won't be able to get through the 5 of them in a row. When Wang Dong saw how confident the 5 of them were, he could not help but worry and mutter to himself, "Back then, I was as confident as you guys." Gong Suanyu said, "Brother Wang, let's rest here for a while and enjoy this fragrant tea. We'll just wait for the good news from here." The moment he said that, a figure sped over from outside. "It's here." Sword Immortal Tai Lai's eyes lit up as he smiled. To think that it's even faster than we imagined. He probably didn't even manage to defeat a single one of the 5 sword cultivator paragons. In the blink of an eye, the sword cultivator charged into the hall. The shock on his face had yet to dissipate as he panted. "Senior brother Wang, The 5 senior brothers of the other sword peaks have all been knocked unconscious by that person. Wang Dong shrugged slightly, not surprised. Well. Gong Suanyu, Sword Immortal Tai Lai and the others froze on the spot. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,